Hey guys, I just wanted to let you know we are going live right now for the Alex Murdaugh trial. I'm so sorry that I wasn't able to get it up and running before I left today. I know I'm coming in here right at lunchtime, so we're probably going to go live and then they're going to break for lunch. But either way, I wanted to add this to you.
By the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just have maybe 1 minute worth of questions. So you were not part of the, you weren't working on this when the search warrant came in, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you just became aware of this on Friday?
That's correct.
How did you become aware of it?
GM General Motors legal staff reached out to me in response to the subpoena as a person who could come down and authenticate these records.
The legal staff told you that you had information responsive to the search warrant?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, the General Motors had information responsive, not me personally.
I apologize for that, of course, General Motors.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the testimony that occurred earlier in this case regarding reverse engineering the electronics in the Chevy Suburban?
I have general knowledge that some FBI folks have looked at some infotainment information inside of the infotainment system in the vehicle.
But do you have any knowledge of any reverse engineering efforts the FBI conducted over the course of a full year?
I have not been involved in those or not aware of any details of that, no, sir.
Maybe you can answer one quick technical question. The timestamps in this data, where do they come from?
Again, I have not reviewed this specific data, but the timestamps out of these things here, when GPS information is collected by a GPS receiver, included in that is timestamp information.
And then finally, this is information that was uploaded to a server at GM.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Nothing to say.
You may step down. Let me call your next witness.
State calls Roger Dale Davis. Oh, I'm sorry.
Raise your right hand, raise your hand, Bible, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
After you get to, sir, be seated. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and adjust the microphone so they can hear you.
Name is Roger Dale Davis Jr. Last name is Davis.
And Mr. Davis, do you go by Dale?
Dale, Roger, either way.
Okay. Or Mr. Davis?
It don't matter.
If you could do me a favor, because it's a little hard to hear some folks in this courtroom, if you make sure that microphone's pulled close to you and speak into it, we all greatly appreciate it. All right, Dale, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Where were you born? Where were you raised?
I was born in Hampton County. I was raised in Hampton. Went to Hampton High School.
Okay. And again, if you would, please try to get a little closer to that microphone. I know it's tight in there. I know. All right, what line of work do you have you done?
Construction work all my life.
Did you ever have an opportunity to work at the farm in Moselle?
Yes,
Okay. Is that close to where you actually live?
mile and a half.
How did you become familiar with the Murdaugh family and the Moselle property? How did you start working there?
I was walking and Alex would stop and talk with me, and he asked me one day about cleaning the kennels for him, and probably a couple months, 6 months later, then he asked me to come do it on the weekends.
And that started about 4 years ago?
About 4 years ago.
And walk us through the process. What'd you do? How many times a day did you do it?
Twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening.
All right, what time in the morning, generally?
Average around 7.
You wake up early?
Oh, yeah.
So 7 a.m. and then what time in the evenings generally?
Usually around, I try to get there around 3:30, 4 o'clock,
How long does the process typically take you?
about 45 minutes.
And walk us through what that process is. What do you do out there?
In the morning times, I would go feed all the dogs, give them time to eat. I'd feed the chickens. That way the dogs would have time to eat. Then I'd wash the pens out. Then I would usually roll the hose up and then go to the house. And then come back in the afternoon and repeat the process.
Now you mentioned washing the pens out. Now the dogs, did they have dog beds in their
Yes.
kennels?
Yeah, Buster. Excuse me. Grady and Bubba had 2 dog beds.
And if you're washing it out, meaning are you spraying it with water?
Sprayed it with water.
What did you do with the dog beds?
I would stick them up on top of the dog boxes.
And then did you leave them up there or did you put them back?
Normally typically, once I wash the pens out, I would lay them back down, especially if it was cold in the wintertime, I would lay them back down on the ground. But during the summertime, you would wait to that afternoon to lay them back down on the ground.
In the 4 years you worked there, did you get to know the property fairly well?
Yes,
Did you get to know the folks that lived there pretty well?
yes,
Did you get to know Maggie Murdaugh at all?
yes, sir.
All right, well, tell us what your experiences with her were.
Normally, she was just so laid back. She would talk to you like a normal person. We'd sit there and talk about the dogs. She'd talk about sometimes where she would be at the beach. She normally would tell me, I'm going to the beach. I'm taking Bubba and Grady with me or whatnot, or I'm going to leave them. Or if it was real hot, she would want me to put them over there in the ice house, turn the air conditioner on where they have the ice, the coolers at,
Did Maggie like to spend time with the dogs?
all the time.
And you mentioned the ice house. Was that the processing house kind of on the back of the hangar?
Property, that was
And why was it air conditioned? Is that why you said she put them in there?
now during the summertime, if it got real hot.
In that house, does it have air conditioning? That shed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you get to know Paul at all?
Yes.
All right. What was your experiences with him?
He was a little wild and crazy, but he would work. That boy would work.
He liked being at the farm.
He liked getting out and doing things, hunting, but he would work on the tractor or whatever and Daddy needed him to do.
And did you get to know Alex?
I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there.
Could you explain what he's wearing?
Wearing a suit, pair of glasses, blue looking shirt.
And what were your experiences with Alex?
He was always very particular. He would want the dog buckets washed out. If they looked like they started getting any kind of green or brown looking stuff in the water, he wanted to make sure, which I usually wash them out every 2 weeks anyway, with bleach. But I always dumped them every day.
Was Alex easy to get a hold of?
No.
All right, explain that. What do you mean by that?
He would either be in court or doing something with business. It would sometimes be a little bit difficult to get a hold of him.
Who did you see most often when you were out there?
Miss Maggie or either Paul.
And how did Maggie and Paul typically come to and from the big house to the kennel area?
Paul would usually be in his truck.
We've heard a lot about trucks. Which truck was that?
His white F-150. Unless his daddy had him doing something, then he would have to drive the F-250, but most time he'd be in his white F-150.
And what color was the F-250?
It was also white.
So 2 white trucks were what he typically used.
Yes, sir.
And how about Maggie?
She normally drove her Range Rover until she got the black Mercedes.
And then what would she drive after that?
Most times she would drive the black Mercedes.
And would she load her dogs, the house? Well, first of all, let's go back. Which dogs were down there? Do you remember all the dogs?
Bubba, Grady, Maggie. Then they started letting, can't remember his name right off. Dahlia was there, Armadillo, and I call her Tappy Toes. I don't know what they called her, but that's what I always called her.
And I think the other dog, was that a dog owned by one of Paul's friends, Rogan? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes,
What type of dog was it?
a lab, chocolate lab.
And which dogs were the family dogs, the family pets?
Grady, Bubba, and Maggie,
And what kind of dogs were they?
labs.
And colors?
Bubba was yellow, Grady was black, and Maggie was yellow.
And would they where would they typically stay, those dogs, those animals?
It all depended on, most of the time, because Bubba was very rambunctious. So they would got where they would lock him up in the kennels at night. And most time they would lock all the labs up in the kennels to keep them from roaming off. But Miss Maggie would take them out when she was home. Usually a lot of times after I done left, she would take them up to the house and let them roam around the yard for a couple hours, and then she would bring them back down to the pens.
And would Maggie load them into her car if she was taking them elsewhere to the beach or wherever else she was staying?
Wherever she was staying at, she would load them in the vehicle. Most times she would load them right in her vehicle.
Dale, I'm going to hand you what's been marked states exhibits. Jim, any objection to these? I'm going to hand you what's been marked as states exhibits 505, 506, 502, 503, 504, and 516. Dale, if you wouldn't mind, please take a moment to review all these and let me know if you recognize what they show.
They showed a kennel.
Okay, and then I believe there's one diagram there, if you recognize what that shows.
It shows diagram drawing of the kennel.
Very good. Your Honor, we'd move to place all those exhibits into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
All right, Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 505. Do we have the envelope, please? Okay. Dale, while we get this loaded up, tell me a little bit. I know, did you have a particular way of hosing down and, with dealing with the hose? Tell us a little bit about what that was about.
Oh, the particular way of me putting the hose away, or
Right.
Normally after I got through washing, I would stretch the hose straight out
Into which direction?
back towards the shed room right there, the dog feed room.
All right, and we now have the Elmo up. We're looking at Exhibit 505, and the feed room, I believe, is what you're referring to. Is that the structure on the far right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then where is, in this picture, where is the hose you're talking about located?
It's back towards the left-hand side, back towards the forest end.
Is that yellow?
That's that
dish
yellowish
wrapped up?
green looking hose.
All right. Go ahead and explain to us what you would typically do after rinsing off and putting the hose away.
I would stretch the hose out back towards the feed room. I would cut the valve off at the top, which is right up above as the hose come in. Then I would walk back down and cut the valve on at the end of the hose. That way it would release the pressure, and then I would roll it up slowly until I had it uniform.
Were you pretty particular about how you wound that hose?
Yes,
And why would you do it that way? And did you do it that way every time?
every time.
And why would you do it so particularly?
Because if you notice how the hose right now is kinked up, it would start making the hose, if you didn't do it right, eventually would it keep kinking, it would start making it where it didn't want to, and it would cause the hose to start having little splits in it.
The picture that you're seeing there, that hose, is that the way you would wind it up?
No,
How do you know?
I'm very particular how I roll that hose up, and it's kinked up. If you notice, there's pressure on that hose. Somebody used that hose after I did, because it is twisted, and the nozzle is too far up. The nozzle, I would always have it made sure it was laid down flat. That nozzle is too far up.
Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 516. And again, please briefly explain what it is we're looking at there.
The drawing of the kennel.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a pen, and with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and fill in well, first of all, let's back up. Did you work were you aware of the events surrounding June 7th, 2021, where Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I received a phone call from CD that the sled wanted to see me because Miss Maggie and Paul had been murdered. And I thought he was joking, but he told me no. I told him, give me 5 minutes. I'll be up there because I was going to carry my trash off at the time. And I got up there, and the dogs was raising Cain, and I asked them, could I go ahead and feed the dogs so they would quiet down? And they told me to give them a few minutes, and then they gave me permission to feed them. As soon as I fed them, they just quiet down. They didn't bark no more.
Okay. So you were familiar about that incident?
Yes, sir.
And you went out there what day?
That morning.
Was that the 8th, the morning of Tuesday?
When the murders happened, yes.
Did you work every day leading up to that day?
Yes.
And did you do that normal routine, which you already described?
Yes.
All right. And did you in fact do that normal routine on the Monday before the murders?
Or yes.
Okay. Walk us through that day. What did you do in the morning?
I got there probably around 7:27, 8 o'clock. It all depends on when I got up. But most time I got up early, I would be there before 6:30, 7 o'clock. I would go through there, feed the dogs, then go feed the chicken. That give the dog time to eat their food, and then I'd wash the pens out.
And was anything unusual or out of place when you were down there in the morning?
No.
And did you repeat the process again in the afternoon, in the evening time?
I did.
What time did you, on Monday, June 7th, what time did you go back to the pens?
I got there before 4 o'clock. Because I remember leaving at 4:30.
All right. And was anyone there at the time you went to the dog kennels that day?
No.
Did you notice anything out of place when you went there to dog kennels in the evening time?
No.
And what did you do after arriving?
Well, once I arrived that afternoon, I got out. I fed Grady, Bubba, and Maggie. Cause we fed them twice a day. The hunting dogs only got once a day. Took and fed them. I picked the dog beds up. I dumped all the water out because I washed all their bucket, gave them fresh water, washed the pens out. Stretched the hose out, cut the water at the valve off at the top, went down there, cut the water on, the valve on down at the end of the hose so the water wouldn't come out, roll the hose up, and pull 30 out of
And you rolled it. Did you roll the hose up the way you've always done it that day?
there every time.
Do you remember how the dogs were laid out in the kennels that day when you left?
When I left, yes, sir.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask the witness to please, if you would, write on that piece of paper, the exhibit, state's exhibit 516, beginning with, first of all, on the far right, what's that door signify in the
Storage
Diamond.
room, feed room.
beginning with kennel 1 next to the feed room? What dog was in there when you left that day at 4 o'clock or before 5 o'clock?
Grady.
All right. If you would, please write Grady in there. Okay. And then moving on to kennel 2. What dog was in kennel 2?
Bubba.
And for our reference, Grady was the black lab.
Grady is the black lab.
Okay. And Bubba is a what?
Yellow lab.
Okay. And who was next to Bubba in pen 3?
Maggie, because she was getting bigger than Bubba.
And Maggie is a what color?
A yellow lab.
All right. Were there any dogs next to Maggie?
No.
Okay. And that would be kennel 4 was open?
That'd be, that one should be an open. The next one down should have been Rodin's dog.
Okay. Can you write that in there? Just write chocolate lab. Rogan's dog, whatever you want to write. That'd be kennel 5.
Trying to remember Rogan's dog's name. That should have been there. I don't remember what Rogan's dog's name was at the time.
Was there any dog located in kennel 6? And if you want to work, however you want to do it, sir, if you want to just fill out the rest of the dogs, the working dogs, that's fine.
Well, Dahlia was at the very end, kennel 10. I know that. Then let's see. Armadillo should have been the next one coming back from Ken. Let's see, empty on 9. All right, that should have been on. Yep. Armadillo should have been right past the hose right there. And then it would be Tappy Toes. It would have to be Tappy Toes right there because they always kept Rodin's dog and Maggie. There was a kennel in between them. So that should have been Tappy Toes right there.
Thank you. I'm going to put this on the screen. Just verify that that was what you filled out. All right, Mr. Dale, I see starting with number 1, Grady, then Bubba, Maggie, then 5 is Rogan, 6 is Tappy Toes, 7 is Armadillo, and 10 is Dahlia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the way it was when you left the property at around 5 o'clock that Monday, June 7th.
Yes.
And for our reference, on this diagram, that green circle, that represents what?
The hose. Garden hose.
All right, I'm going to show you a few more pictures. If you would just describe what we're seeing. Are you familiar with that angle?
Yes.
All right, where are we looking at at this angle? Where are we looking at things?
You're looking straight down the kennel where you got the hose and the walkway going down in front of the kennels.
And on this picture, where would the feed room be located?
At the very end, on the right hand of this picture.
When you in the 4 years you were washing out the kennels, did water collect or pool in certain areas?
It did.
All right. Can you identify in this picture those areas?
Right under the hose, and right there, which should have been Armadillo's pen. That should have right there, and then right below it should have been collective. And maybe one more little spot right down there towards the end of the post right there, but that'd be about it.
For the record, I think say for the record, this is states 504. Moving on to states 502, a very similar angle. Dale, do you see those pools of collected water that you mentioned just on the last exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And also states 506. And again, do you see the same angle, just pulled a little farther back?
Yes.
Who's the dog there on the last pen that we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house?
Dahlia.
All right. Did water ever pool over by the feed room?
No, because usually that's the reason I would go in the afternoons, the sun would come down and beat. It would dry it up a lot quick. Especially in the summertime, it would really dry it real quick. In the wintertime, the sun would actually still hit the concrete around 3 to 4 o'clock. It'd be usually around 6 or so before the sun wouldn't be hitting on the concrete.
Did water pool in the front of where Bubba would have been located or Grady?
No.
Showing you states exhibit 503. Dale, are you able to see the water located near the feed room and in front of the two kennels 1 and 2?
Yes.
Is that how water would normally pool when you washed the kennels for 4 years?
Normally, no. There's too much water right there. You can tell when the concrete's already done started drying, but there's too much water right there around the second and third pen.
Looking at this picture, what dog do we see in kennel 1 and what dog do we see there in kennel 2?
You see Bubba in kennel 1 and Maggie in kennel 2.
And again, Grady is what kind of dog?
Grady is a lab.
What color is he?
Black.
Black. Is that and when we say the spots where you would put them or they were located, were there assigned kennels necessarily to the dogs?
Not really, but most of the time Miss Maggie wanted Grady to be in that kennel right next to the feed room. And then we'd usually put Bubba or Maggie in the following.
So that was just out of habit, mostly Maggie's habit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did anyone else in the family put the dogs in a specific location or did they put it wherever they could find a spot?
They would put it wherever they could find a spot.
But Maggie was particular about where she put them up?
Most of the time, yes.
Dale, I'm going to ask you about firearms in general. Are you familiar generally with firearms?
Yes.
Did Paul have any firearms that he favored over more often than others, just in your experience with him?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with an assault rifle style rifle?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about the one that you observed Paul having with him most often.
When he went hog hunting, he would have a AR style 300 blackout.
And what color was it?
Black.
Did it have a scope on it?
Yes.
All right. Did Paul also favor a camo shotgun?
Yes. Doing turkey season.
The family owned, as far as you knew, the family owned a lot of firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, in your experience, and did you spend a lot of time primarily down here at this dog pen area?
Yes.
Twice a day, every day?
Yes.
Did they occasionally leave guns at this area?
Yes.
All right, where would you have found them? And when I say occasionally, what does that mean to you?
That would be, especially when it was during hunting season, they would leave either on the golf cart or side by side. Sometimes they would leave them in the truck, but most of the time it'd be on the golf cart or side by side.
And how often was that? If you're there every day?
Sometimes it could be once, sometimes it could be 3 or 4 times
In a month or?
in a month. It just all depends on how hurried they got.
But that's during hunting season, right?
That's during the hunting season.
And did Alex carry a firearm?
I never seen him carry a firearm, but I know he carried a pistol in his vehicle.
Did you have a chance to listen to a kennel video in meeting with law enforcement?
I did.
And did you identify the voices on that kennel video?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul, Maggie's, and Alex.
In all the time that you spent out there in the 4 years, every day, twice a day, did you ever see a gun left in the feed room?
No.
And you went in the feed room every day, twice a day for 4 years?
Yes.
Back to court's indulgence. And when you refer to Alex carrying a pistol in his car, is that because how'd you know that?
One time I had to drive his vehicle over to the law firm, and then every once in a while he would happen to roll up the window or something up. It go to rain or something up. They happen to not be home.
You mentioned the vehicles. Were the vehicles unlocked? All the vehicles on the farm?
All the vehicles on the farm, keys in them.
Keys in them, so someone could just open the door and drive them?
Oh yeah. If they wasn't in the switch, they would be in the center console.
And in this picture here, that's still on, do you see the dog beds located in those pictures?
Yes, they on top of the dog kennel.
They haven't been put down.
Haven't been put down.
Nothing further, thank you.
By the defense.
Board. Good afternoon, Dale.
Afternoon.
I'm Jim Griffin. We've met a few times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
I want to start by asking you just how long did you work at Moselle for Alex Murdaugh?
About 4 years.
And twice a day, every day?
No, it started off on just the weekends. And then I went full time with him right before Ronnie quit.
Okay, and that's Ronnie Freeman?
Whatever his last name is, I know Ronnie. That's all I can tell you.
Yes, sir. And couple things. You've said you've never seen guns left in the feed room, but you certainly seen guns left down in the work shed and
Yes.
in the what you call side by side, and that's a off-road vehicle that two people can sit beside each other.
Yes.
And then I guess they had golf cart down
Yes.
there, and you seen left guns there.
Yes.
And you have seen guns left in their vehicles,
Yes.
unlocked, right?
Unlocked.
And hog hunting, there's really no season for hog hunting, is there?
No.
And a couple of those dogs in that kennel were used for hog hunting.
We had got, Paul had got rid of the blue tick. But he kept armadillo. But he never really hunted him anymore after that last time he got hurt.
Right. Now let's just be, when you're hog hunting with dogs, I don't think you can use a gun, can you?
Oh yeah, you can use a gun.
Oh, you think, okay. The,
Unless you man enough to go in there and catch him by the foot and bring him out.
Well, somewhere along the way, I heard you had to use a knife as opposed to a gun, but I don't. The, let me ask you the, I'm going to pull up this video, exhibit 297 is the kennel video. If you don't mind. And hang on, let me get around here. Dale, it should be on the screen there. And if, I'm going to tell you when to stop, Doug, but if you go ahead and play it. Now, stop right there. Is that Rogan's dog?
Yes.
Dog named Cash, you think?
Yep, that was it.
Cash. And Cash was,
Yes, Sean, the answer is yes. They substituted the last time
Okay, but
yesterday to.
what you've got labeled on
alternate.
exhibit 516, Cash would be in kennel number 5. Is that right?
Should have been around.
And that's a few kennels up from the hose. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're gonna run this continuing, and I get ready to stop when I tell you, Doug. All right, stop. Oh, go back. A few seconds. Well, right there. What do you see up there in the top left on that picture, Dale?
Hose.
That's the hose?
Yep.
Now that hose is on the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Not rolled up, is it?
Nope.
Okay. And there's water around there, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. So someone, before this video was taken, had taken the hose down that you meticulously wrapped it up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You can take that down. Now, you said Mr. Alex was particular about how the hose should be wrapped. Is that right?
Well, not particularly him. He liked it to be wrapped up, but he wasn't very particular how long as it was wrapped up out of his way.
Okay.
But I was very particular how I wrapped it.
You were very particular.
Yes.
Okay. How about Paul? Was he meticulous how he wrapped it?
No.
Okay. All right. The now you mentioned that water would not normally accumulate up by Grady and
Bubba.
Bubba's because that's where the sun would
Usually
come in the
beats
evening.
You
Right.
washed it because if you didn't be very particular,
Right.
they didn't seal up underneath that door. So the inside, the jams started to rot. So I tried to make sure, because if it was any kind of puddling or whatever, you'd have to make sure it was gone.
Right.
So you would try not to make sure there was no puddling there. So puddling didn't usually happen around the dog feed room. It would usually a couple posts back. It would have under the hose, usually around about where Armadillo's pen was, and there was a few other little spots around the post that normally wouldn't puddle.
Now, and you were meticulous about not letting water build up around the feed room door because of the rot.
Yep.
And in fact, there was sealant in the feed room where you would have to routinely put by the door to keep it from rotting.
Alex done it the last time.
But you had to periodically do that, right?
Yes.
And you do that because water builds up, right?
Well, because the water was splashed, they didn't seal up underneath the door jamb right there. And it would just run up underneath the plate right there where the cement. It would run and drain off.
Now, can we agree that Paul was not as meticulous as you were about spraying around the kennels?
Nope.
We can or cannot agree?
We can agree to that.
All right. And so, and we saw the hose out, and you don't know what time that was, but I think the record reflects it's sometime 8:44 in the evening. I mean, that's about sundown, right, in June?
Oh, yeah.
And so there wouldn't be a hot sun burning the water off if the hose had been used, right around that period of time, would there?
No.
And if Paul had not been meticulous like you, it wouldn't be unusual to see water build up where you see it in the photo, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes the dogs would knock over the water bowl,
They would.
and I think maybe we can see in the photos that would cause water to run off too as well, right?
Oh, yeah, it would run off.
Okay. Now, Dale, what's lovey-dovey mean to you?
What did it mean to me?
When you use the phrase lovey-dovey about Alex and Maggie, what does that mean?
It means they loved each other.
What in your presence, you described them as being lovey-dovey, didn't you?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you meant by that.
Oh, every time I always see them, I've never seen that man even raise his voice at his wife or kids. Or his wife. I've never seen him none of them argue. But he always, anything she wanted or the boys wanted, he would try to get it.
And what was your observation about the relationship with Paul?
They like to hunt and fish together. I mean, they drink beer together.
Okay. And his relationship with Buster?
I didn't see Buster as much, but it was always friendly. I mean, just never seen any harmful way or anything with them.
You remember, Dale, one time, one of the hunting dogs got hung up in one of the kennels,
Yes.
choking to death.
Yes,
And that dog was badly injured, wasn't
it was. It didn't survive.
he? And the decision was made to mercy to put the dog down, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Mr. Allen couldn't shoot that dog. He asked you to do it, didn't he?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Now, on June 7th, the night of June the 7th, you got off work, I think you said 4:30.
4:30.
And you remember what you did? Did you go home?
I went straight to the house.
And you stay at the house all night?
I sure did.
You stay inside?
I did.
And you live
A mile and a half.
a mile and a half. You've driven a lawnmower down that road, I believe, when I was last time saw you.
I did.
Did you hear any gunshots that night while you were in your house?
No, I did not.
Now, you mentioned Paul liked to hunt with a blackout, 300 blackout, I guess.
He did hog hunt.
Yeah, before the murders, when was the last time you saw that gun? You remember?
I cannot remember exact, but it was quite a few months that he had said something about going hog hunting. He had it in his truck.
Right.
Uh,
Okay.
But it was a couple months. I know at least 5, 6 months.
All right. Two last points. Bubba's been getting a bad name, but Bubba's a little stubborn dog.
Stubborn? No, he just rambunctious.
Rambo. But would he listen to you?
Somewhat,
You listen to Alec?
he would.
And in that feed room, did you keep shock collars back there for the hunting dogs and stuff?
We did.
What else was kept in that feed room besides feed?
Shock collars, feed, chicken feed, the GPS tracking collars.
Was there some medicine?
There
If
was
you need-
medicine, there was all kinds of stuff in it.
So that you need to put something on the dog's skin for rash or something? That had that in the feed room?
Had that.
And now Ms. Maggie would go down there. I mean, you said she'd take a Mercedes sometime, but she'd ride her bike down there too, wouldn't she?
Bicycle, golf cart. And then sometimes she would walk.
She'd walk. And she liked to get the dogs out. Grady and Bubba and Maggie, I think, was Mr. Randolph's dog, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And she liked to run the dogs in the golf cart sometimes, let them run
She
behind.
would.
Just
Sometimes she just would get out there and walk. But
now those were pet dogs, but they stayed at the kennel, right?
most of the time they did.
And they didn't let those dogs in the house because Buster had eczema. Were you aware of that?
I didn't wear that. I knew they would take them up to the house. Now, whether they went in, I didn't know.
You didn't know whether they went in or out or did not.
I know they stayed outside around the house.
And you know they had an electric fence
They did.
and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't?
Yes.
Okay. But it wasn't unusual for Bubba Grady and Maggie to be down at the kennels at
No.
night, right?
It wouldn't.
Okay. And they like to chase chickens? Bubba the one?
They never would chase chickens until Alex had got a rooster that would roost right over there. After he let that rooster out, that joker got there with taunt them jokers. And they got where they would chase the chickens.
Because the
That
rooster would be taunting the dogs.
Yeah, I could beat the dogs to death.
All righty. That's all the questions I have, Dale. Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Curious, Dale, what happened to that rooster?
I can't remember if Grady got him or Bubba got him.
The rooster got his, apparently.
One of the dogs ended up getting the rooster.
All right. We heard a little bit about, well, first of all, did Alex do a lot of hunting?
I don't know how much hunting he done, but I know he done hunting.
And hunting involves killing animals.
He did.
So as far as you knew, he was a hunter.
Yes.
The slope of the concrete, the concrete out there on the dog kennel, did it have a slope to it?
Yes.
And that would be for what reason?
To run the water off.
So water would naturally drain out there even if it wasn't sunny?
It would.
And I think you mentioned and talked at length about the feed room and how there was issues there, but were the issues caused, the widening road, was that caused because it was actually draining?
When they done that room, they didn't, like I told that gentleman over there, they didn't seal that bottom plate like it should have been. And it would allow water when you sprayed the concrete off, that water kept just slowly getting underneath the concrete until it started rotting out around the door jambs and stuff.
If Maggie was down there at the kennels, would she have put the dog beds down for the dogs?
She would have.
If the kennel lights and the hanger lights and the underneath lights are on, is it fairly well lit out there?
It is.
You mentioned bed. What's your bedtime? You said you rise early. What's your bedtime?
My bedtime, it all depends.
What time are you in bed?
That is a good question. Now, I can tell you my routine.
All right, tell me your routine.
Usually around 4 or 5 o'clock, I go get a shower and I'm in my recliner to use it the rest of the day.
Okay, so if you're not in bed, you're in that recliner. After you shower, you're in that recliner.
How's he?
And the day is done.
Done.
Okay. And June 7th, that was that Monday, were you done that night at whatever time you took your shower, 4 or 5 o'clock?
I was done at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I had done had my shower. I was in my recliner.
And you were with your wife?
Yes.
Last question. When you were out there at 5 o'clock at the kennels in Moselle, were there any firearms anywhere on that property
That night, that particular day,
that particular day?
I did not see none.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Big boy does look like a reclining surfer. I have to be honest with you. I found his testimony
Call your next
100%
witness.
believable.
State Falls Carson Bernie.
You're good.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you would, please, sir, be seated, state your full name, spell your last name, and then use the microphone right here.
Carson Burney, Burney.
Now it's the afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, Mr. Burney.
My name is Carson Burney. As I mentioned, I've lived in South Carolina a little over 20 years. I graduated from University of South Carolina 2013 with a degree in finance. In 2015, I went back to USC, completed a 6-month paralegal certificate program there. 2019, I joined the Department of Revenue as a sales tax auditor. And in 2021, I was hired on as the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division at the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
So we work together.
We do. We used to have offices right next to each other.
About how long have you been with the Attorney General's office again?
Approximately a year and a half.
And about how long were you with the Department of Revenue before you came over to us?
A little over 2 years.
And say again for me, what is your job title with the AG's office?
I'm the forensic accountant in the state grand jury division.
All right, forensic accountant. What is a forensic accountant?
So a forensic accountant, it's a broad term, but essentially what I do is compile records, primarily financial records that include loans, credit card statements, bank account information, compile that information, and then pass it on typically to law enforcement or the prosecutors in my section.
And when you talk about, you look at these records, what sort of volume of records are we talking about? Hundreds of pages, thousands of pages, 10,000s of pages?
In this case, thousands of pages of records, yes, sir.
Thousands of pages?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say tens of thousands of pages?
Probably, yes.
Okay. Do you like your job, Mr. Burney?
I do like it. It can be tedious, but I do like it. I find a sense of fulfillment.
Do you have any certifications in connection with your work?
I do. I am a certified fraud examiner, which is a test. Essentially, you learn and you are tested on different fraud schemes, how to investigate those fraud schemes, the law surrounding that, and then different fraud prevention and deterrence methods.
As a forensic accountant, are you familiar with the concept called tracing?
I am.
What is tracing?
Tracing, in the context we're going to talk about, it's looking at the source of funds and tracing it out through to see where the final disposition of those funds ultimately end up.
And in your employment as a forensic accountant, have you had opportunity to conduct any tracing analysis on records provided as part of this case?
I have pretty much all the alleged stolen money I have traced.
Your Honor, the state would at this time move to qualify Mr. Burney as an expert in forensic accounting, particularly as to the tracing of funds.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to its qualifications. We would renew our previous objections on this whole line of testimony under 404 and 403.
He's qualified as an expert.
Are there different ways of tracing funds, Mr. Burney?
There's several different methods.
What method did you apply in this particular matter?
I used what's called a first in, first out method. Simply put, the first money into an account that I'm looking at is the first money out. And in context of the tracing, it'd be the money from the source of the checks and then the first money out.
Now, and I kind of jumped ahead of myself a little bit. When money is moving around between different bank accounts, the banks aren't transmitting, the serial numbers on particular dollar bills, are they?
They are not.
All right. So you can't necessarily tell that a dollar with the serial number is the same dollar as that serial number and going across multiple accounts, can you?
No, you cannot.
And so are these methodologies how you go about deciding that a dollar in one account is the same as the dollar from another account?
That's correct. When you have a bank account, obviously it's a pool of money. So we have to apply some rules to say this money comes from this source.
Now, you indicated you use the first in, first out method. Is there any sort of lay explanation or description you can provide to us?
Yes. I like to use the example of, say you have $10 in your bank account. And for this example, we'll say it's legitimate money in that bank account. You go over to grandma's house, you get sticky fingers, you take $10 out of grandma's purse. You put that money in the same bank account. So now you have commingled funds, and we'll call the $10 from grandma's purse illegitimate funds. And then you have a transaction, let's say it's $15. So you're pulling partially from the $10 you previously had, the legitimate funds, and then $5 out of the $10 from grandma's account. So that's how the first in, first out method would work.
And so under that first in, first out method, what portion of that $15 would come from those legitimate funds and what portion of that would come from the sticky fingers money?
The $10 would be legitimate funds, and then the $5 from grandma's $10 you took and put into your bank account without her permission.
What other methodologies are there for the tracing of funds?
There's a lowest intermediate balance rule. Typically, you see it in trust account, trust fund accounting. It's with commingled funds. And typically, the principle behind that is any withdrawals out of those commingled funds are deemed to be personal funds, and the funds remaining in that account would be trust funds. You see it sometimes in bankruptcy proceedings. Another one is the one I mentioned, the first in, first out method. Then you have the reverse, which would be the last in, first out method, or last in, first out method. And then one I call essentially a proximity rule. If you see a large transaction, a large deposit come in and then almost immediately come out with a similar amount, you can draw a conclusion that those funds were to fund that other transaction.
So to go over that last one a little bit, if you're looking at a bank account and you see $1,000 come in and then right away $1,000 come out, would that be the proximity rule that you just described?
That's exactly correct.
And in that circumstance, you wouldn't even necessarily need to apply that first in, first out, or last in, first out, or any of the particularized math. You just say 1,000, it's all the same.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In this particular case, were you asked to look into the deposit of $792,000 into accounts under the control of Alex Murdaugh?
I was.
All right. When was that money deposited into which accounts?
Can I review my notes?
Please do.
Okay, the $792,000 you are referring to it has been called the Ferris fees in previous testimony. It was 3 different checks, all from the Wilson Law Group. The dates deposited were March 10th, 2021, March 23rd, 2021, and April 20th, 2021. The first check was $192,000. The second, $375,000. And the third was $225,000, and all had a check date of March 10th, 2021.
And I'm sorry, what was that last date
again?
The last date, the 225,000 was deposited on April 20th, 2021.
And did you apply any tracing analysis to the disbursement of those funds?
I did.
And which form of analysis did you apply to it?
I did the first in, first out method.
And without getting into any granular detail of the expenses from the account from that money, what generally was that money expended on?
So a large portion of the money was checks to associates, known people to Alex Murdaugh. And then the remaining of the funds, primarily we see credit card payments.
When was that $792,000 exhausted under that first in, first out analysis?
So it was completely exhausted out of the account by May 25th, 2021.
There's been a lot of attempts at math from the stand over the course of this trial. Am I correct in judging that to be roughly a month apart from the date of the last check deposited?
Yes, that would be approximately a month from April 20th, 2021.
So $792,000 exhausted in just a little bit over a month from the date of last deposit. And what was the date of the first deposit again? I apologize.
The first one was March 10th, 2021. So from that date to the last date, I believe 2.5 approximately months.
Were there into which account was that deposited again?
So all three checks were deposited into a Bank of America account ending in 6779 under the name of Alex Murdaugh.
Now let's take a step back and talk a little bit about the accounts of Alex Murdaugh. Was that Alex's only account at Bank of America?
No.
All right. What was his other accounts at Bank of America?
He had other accounts that have been called the fake forge accounts. There are 2 of those accounts, and the accounts seemed to run consecutively. One account ended, and then a second one was created. The reason, I'm not exactly sure just from looking at the statements, but there were 2 different accounts. There's also a credit card account at Bank of America.
And did Mr. Murdaugh have accounts at Palmetto State Bank?
He did. He had several accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
Was there a particular account there that appeared in your analysis to be his primary account?
Yes, an account ending in 6092, checking account.
Generally speaking, when following funds from Bank of America, well, let me rephrase that question. Was there any pattern in the flow of funds after they were deposited into either the fake forge account or into that Bank of America checking account?
Yes, so when checks were deposited into the fake forge account, typically they were transferred out or withdrawn in cash. If they were transferred out, normally they would go to his personal banking account ending in 6779. Occasionally, we would see cashier's checks come out of one of the forge accounts.
Now, on those cashier's checks, would it say, hey, this is from the fake forge account on the face of it?
No.
When he would cut checks on that personal banking account, would it say, hey, this is stolen money on the face of those checks?
No.
So in those who would receive those checks, it would just say something to the effect of Alex Murdaugh or something of that nature?
That is correct.
Aside from those Bank of America accounts, did any money make it to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Occasionally, once the checks went into the personal account at Bank of America, another check would be written, typically just to Palmetto State Bank, and then ultimately it would be deposited into one of his accounts at Palmetto State Bank.
And would the funds thereafter be dispersed from that account?
Yes.
Circling back around to the $792,000 of Ferris fees or Mack truck fees, were you able to determine when any of those fees or other replacement fees were returned to Chris Wilson?
Yes.
All right, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes. So previous testimony had mentioned a $350,000 wire from Palmetto State Bank that went to the Wilson Law Group.
And from which institution did that wire originate?
Palmetto State Bank.
And well, that's $350,000. Were any additional funds provided to Chris Wilson?
Yes, so in Alex Murdaugh's account ending in 6779, we see a check was mobile deposited for $250,000. And then the next day, on July 16th, 2021, there's a wire for that same amount of money, $250,000, that went directly to Wilson Law Group, IOLTA account.
I'm showing you a document that is labeled as States Exhibit 518. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And is this the document that you were just describing of a $250,000 instrument deposited into Alex's account?
That is correct.
State moves to introduce into evidence Exhibit 518.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
And is that the instrument you were just describing a moment ago?
It is.
Can you pull it down a little bit? We got a touch of glare. Thank you, Mr. Waters. All right, and that is a check made out to Alex Murdaugh for $250,000. What's the name at the top of the instrument?
It says John E. Parker.
From your work with investigators throughout this case, do you know who John E. Parker is?
I do.
All right, and who is he?
He is a former law partner of Alex Murdaugh's at what we've been calling PMPED.
All right, and right here above Mr. Waters' cuticle, there's something written in the memo line. What does that say?
It says loan.
All right, so on the face of this check, does it purport to be a loan to Mr. Murdaugh?
It does.
So that adds up to $600,000. Did you identify any additional funds sent back to Chris Wilson's office in replacement of that $792,000?
I did not.
And I apologize. That, with court's permission and suspect without objection from counsel, we have redacted certain personal identifying account information from the face of this document. What's the date on this instrument, Mr. Burney?
It is July 15th, 2021.
And is that the same date as the wire of funds from Palmetto State Bank to Mr. Wilson's trust account?
It is.
In the course of your analysis, did you have an opportunity to look at Mr. Murdaugh's balances on or about June 7th, 2021?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his deposit accounts?
I did.
And did you look at his balances on all of his outstanding loans and lines of credit?
Yes. All that I've identified, I reviewed them. Yes.
In your opinion, Mr. Burney, on June 7th, 2021, across Mr. Murdaugh's deposit accounts and demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $792,000 available to return to Chris Wilson?
He did not.
On that same date, June 7th, 2021, across his deposit accounts and his demand lines of credit, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have $500,000 available to give to the sons of Gloria Satterfield?
He did not.
On June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have, across his deposits accounts and his lines of credit, did he have $10 million available to meet the settlement demands of Mark Gensley?
He did not have $10 million.
And it might seem obvious, given that we went through each of those individual scenarios, but on June 7th, 2021, did Richard Alexander Murdaugh have enough money to fulfill all three of those conditions?
He did. He was not able to fulfill all three conditions. That's correct.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
We're going to break for lunch now. You may step down, do not discuss your testimony. Let's just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, here, step down. And we'll resume at 2:15. Please not discuss the case.
All right, so I was able to power this up long enough to get at least about an hour and 10 minutes of this trial in today. We're going to break for a little while. We have about an hour and 15 minutes before we will be back live. For those that are just tuning in, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I missed a good portion of this morning's trial hearing. I'm going to go back and review it while we're on break so I can get caught up to speed. But I can tell you, while not a smoking gun, the dog keeper, the kennel keeper, has very specific, just like anybody. Like when we go to work, we do things in a almost mechanical way. We have our ways, we put our papers away, we put our files away, we put our pens in the drawer, right? We all have those particular preferences. It's just how we do things. It's almost mechanical. We don't even really think about it. And I think that this dog kennel keeper, the one that cleaned the dog kennels, was a very good witness in explaining the processes of the family. He had been there for 4 years. And in 4 years, I can say that you know somebody's habits in 4 years. You know when you forgot to do something, if you came back the next day and saw it done, you knew that the family, or such as the dog's beds going from up top down to the ground, things of that nature. So lots of great information did come from him. And again, not a smoking gun. I don't think anybody's testimony is going to be a specific smoking gun. It's really going to be everything combined in this case is what's going to, it's not one person that's going to make this case the smoking gun. I believe it's the collective. Everything collective. If you look at all the information that they've got into the court trial, it is really leaning to one direction. We're hearing from people, there's not a whole lot of foot traffic over there. The house wasn't a party house. They didn't have, 15, 20 people there a night. It was really good. I think the primary purpose for the gentleman that cleaned the kennels to be there is a couple things. One, the positioning of the hose. They're trying to find out, has anybody touched the hose or the kennels since this gentleman left the property at between 4:30 and 5 o'clock in the evening? Clearly, there had. And I think that's the point they're trying to make. Now, the defense is trying to bring up Paul, as if Paul did it. And maybe Paul did. Maybe Paul went there and, wanted to clean the kennels. We don't know. Maybe the dogs messed in the kennel by accident. We don't know. But it was basically trying to remove the idea that Alex Murdaugh could have used that hose. So I think they were focusing on the hose because the hose was not in the place or wrapped the way this gentleman wrapped that hose that evening. The other thing I think he was there for was because he's in that area. And the defense is trying to allege that these guns were always just laying around. That is what the defense is trying to convince us, as well as the jurors, that happened, that this was not a premeditated type of, murders, that they were, it was kind of like a crime of opportunity, if you will. It seems like that's kind of what the defense is trying to allege, or that it was somebody totally different than who it was. And I think his statement was very damaging to the defense in the fact that he was, that the guns weren't always just laying around, right? Yes, there have been times that the guns have been laying around. This is, during hunting season, they're out. It sounds like they're out there every single day, probably hunting, or at least, in all fairness and in all respect, at least, you know, uh, Paul, he loved the land. That's one thing that we have gathered with all of this, is that Paul really loved the land. He loved that piece of property. He loved hunting. He loved all the things that young boys would take interest in, right? So let's look at it that way. So all the things that boys would take interest in, Paul was interested in, right? Fair assessment. So I thought it was very interesting that this man has been employed there for 4 years. And on the day in question, now the defense is trying to allege that these guns were just laying around, crime of opportunity, just any old person walked up on the property, which clearly didn't seem like it happened often, right? And they're going to try to introduce somebody else, right, into it, because they need to have a scapegoat. They need to have the doubt. They need to have a person to point the finger at. The problem is that no matter who you look at that was in and around the property, the one thing you can't get away with is motive. You hear the relationship. See, this is where I think this is where the audience is kind of caught off guard with this. Is Alec, obviously there were some marital problems. We've heard multiple times about this impending divorce coming up, right? Maggie was not a stupid woman. She was a very smart woman. We can all agree that Maggie and Alec were well educated and very smart people, right? At least Alec, he was able to con and scheme and defraud people for over a decade. I mean, that takes a lot of hard work, quite frankly. It does. But Maggie wasn't stupid. And let's look at the totality of this. Okay, she pulled her housekeeper aside after Gloria Satterfield met her demise, and they acquired, Alec appeared to acquire, $4.3 some odd million from that settlement. And the reason why I say Alex acquired that is because he did not give that money to the people that was rightfully the owner of that $4.35 million. So if we take into consideration that Maggie pulled the housekeeper aside, we hear that there's an impending, potentially a divorce coming. She's fixing up her. Now, I know women going through a divorce. Okay. She's about to make a move. If this truly is the facts where she was going to divorce Alec, she's making her move and claiming the Edisto property. That's why she was staying there the majority of the time. That's why she was fixing it up to her liking. She enjoyed that property more than any other property. I guarantee through the settlement, she probably wasn't trying to take everything from Alec. She was probably just wanting her property, him to pay some alimony and let her go. She knew that this boat accident was going to be the demise of their family financially. I mean, everybody over time does fix itself. There's no doubt that this would have been a setback for this family, but had they been doing everything lawfully, I'm sure they would have been able to dust themselves off and keep moving forward. But we have to take into consideration. And then you hear all these other people talking about, outside of this, the housekeeper rather, for the Moselle property. For the most part, everybody has talked about this loving relationship that Alec and his wife and son had. Even the kennel keeper, the kennel cleaner, I don't want to degrade him because I think he had a very important job there. He was very meticulous at his job. And people that do that kind of work are very meticulous about their job. And I'm sure when he went back there in the mornings and he saw the the hose wrapped wrong. He's probably pulling it out and saying, I wish these people would just leave my hose alone. He was saying that at least a few times in the 4 years that he worked there, as meticulous as he is about that hose. But you always hear them talking about how Alec loved his family, Alec adored his wife, all this other stuff. So I don't think I think Maggie was starting to feel that something wasn't right. And I think she was trying to make her exit before it got too bad. I think she was hoping and holding out. But at the end of the day, it sounded like Alec did love her. Obviously, he took very good care of her. I almost feel that he knew his gig was up and he didn't want, and I really believe if Buster was there, Buster would have probably been a victim too, which makes me sick because he's sitting there supporting his dad. We heard through some reports that he was chastised by the judge and the courts, and that's why he had to move his positioning in that courtroom. Everybody kept noticing he moved a few rows back. He was required to by the court, and actually was told if he had any, because apparently he was giving some gestures and mean looks at witnesses. That's an intimidation factor. And he was warned, from my understanding, along with Alex's sister, if they didn't cut it out, they were both not going to be able to be a part of the court proceedings. They would be removed from the public viewing. That's how serious it got. Many people don't know that. I read the article about that. I know that to be true. I know that to be 100% factual information that I just disclosed to you. So I really do believe if Buster had been at the, so leave my hose alone, play with your own. Right. But I really believe if Buster was at home and not where he was out of the county completely. He probably doesn't know how lucky he is. I really believe Alec would have killed him too. This is something similar to the Anthony Tott family murders. It's where the gig was up, and it was almost a mercy killing, if you would, for his family. He couldn't handle them knowing what a complete and utter failure and fraudster he was, and that just happened in Orlando. He just went. I want to say he started his trial at the beginning of this year. I could be wrong about that. But Olivia and I actually went to Anthony Tott's house where this crime was committed. And you're talking about his 3 children, the family dog, and his wife. It was very sad to hear about this case, but it did paint the picture. This is kind of what happens when a person has financial, it's almost like they can't allow their family to go on with knowing what a failure the head of the house, the man that's supposed to be taking care of his family, is. And that's where you get these large family killings by somebody inside the home. Even Anthony Tott stated he tried to kill himself, but never did, right? And same with Alec, right? He tried to unalive himself too, and couldn't do it. So we got 2 situations of these family massacres, and you know what? For both of them, the underlying motive is almost identical. Anthony Tott was under federal indictment for fraud and forgery for his medical practice. Alex Murdaugh is under indictment for fraud and forgery for his law practice. Both of them killed their entire family that was around them at the time. So I thought he did it out of anger, but the more that this case is going on and the more I'm hearing the trial, my position hasn't changed as to whether I think Alec is guilty or innocent. I still believe the man is guilty. I think he committed this crime. For me, the motive or the reason for the killing has changed. Whereas I thought it was because he was angry with his son, that his son was bringing down the house of cards. But it sounds like people were already onto the gig prior to this from the testimony I've heard. And that makes me believe that this was out of mercy. He did not want his family to know he was a failure. He didn't want his family to live through losing everything. he didn't want them to have to deal with the disgrace. And I truly believe if Buster had been at that house, Buster would have also been with his mom and his son, or his brother rather. And that's what scares me the most. And to see Buster on that side of the courtroom is just sickening to me, because he has no idea how close he was to meeting the same fate as his mother and his brother. And that is truly scary in my mind. So what I'm going to do is, everybody, I know you guys have been watching probably on other channels, which is great. I'm glad you guys were, because I wasn't able to get this up and running before I had to go to my meetings. I have a meeting that's supposed to be coming in. I hope my stuff's not on. Okay, good. I have a meeting today at 1:15. Obviously, it's 1:18. So I'm going to go ahead and break for a little bit and pray that I get the call that I'm supposed to be getting today. But we will see. But we'll be back here. I'm not sure exactly what time, because it's already 1:18. We usually come back around 1:30, 1:40. But I don't know how long my telephonic meeting is going to last for. So I will pop back in here when I can. But be sure we will be back rolling at 2:15 when the jury comes back in. I am interested in your thing. Let me put out a poll here real quick. Let's do a little poll while we got people in the chat. For those that believe that Alec was angry with Paul for putting him in this position, put a 1. If you think this was more of a mercy killing, for the reasons I have stated, put a 2 in there. And I'd also like you to even further, after you put your 1 or 2 in there, if you have changed your position since the beginning of this case, since the beginning of this trial, if you've changed your position, I also want to know, so you're answering the first question, if you believe he was angry, 1, if you think it was mercy, 2, but the last one is, if you have changed your position in this case since the start of this trial, put a 3 in it and let me know why. Just a few words. It doesn't have to be a dissertation, but like 3. I thought he was innocent. I now believe he's guilty. I thought it was, mercy, but now I believe it's anger. I believe it was anger. Now I believe it's mercy. I thought he was guilty. I've changed my mind to him innocent. Something, just a couple little words behind the 3 as to whether this trial has changed your mind. 4, if you have been set on this and nothing so far has swayed you off what you originally thought, put a 4 in the chat. So 1, if you think it was anger. 2, you think it was mercy. 3, the 3 and 4 are completely different. I thought so. Phoenix Rising said, I thought someone could be involved. Now I think it was all him. Interesting. Miss Lee, mom of 3, says 1. And so she thinks it's still out of anger. And 3, when this case first hit the news, I thought it was revenge killing for the boat accident. But in the years since, the evidence has changed my mind. Interesting. Emma says, I believe he never committed the murders, but arranged them to take place. Okay. Interesting. There were others that were struggling to get their live feeds up. So you were probably more effective to do something else. Yeah, maybe. But for that comment, first of all, I'm watching this trial. I mean, there's days. I mean, I have a life outside of YouTube. I do a lot of community activism and a lot of volunteer work in my community. So yeah, I definitely could have found something to do, but I am watching this trial, and I'm relishing every moment I can watch this trial, because this is one that I've followed. Not as closely as other cases, but one that I have followed, and we've done a few lives on, and have discussed in the past. Around August, I believe, is when we were running more with the Alex Murdaugh stuff. And then now we're here at trial. So I'm watching it. And if I've got a few friends that want to watch it with me, why not? And clearly I have 133 of those friends right now sitting in chat watching this with me. So that's great. So let's keep going here. Silly Chick says, guilty from day 1. Okay, good. I think that the biggest problem, most people can't comprehend that a man could do this to his wife and kid using 2 guns, but he, a lawyer, his family's been running the courts for a long time. Yeah, it makes a great perspective, Tammy. Thank you for that. And you're right. This, we have to consider that this is a lawyer that wanted to make sure that he added doubt, as much doubt as possible. Now, granted, if he's not a seasoned criminal defense attorney, then he wouldn't know about all this stuff that they do behind the scenes. A seasoned, like if it was Dick Harpootlian, right? He would have crossed his I's and, or, dotted his I's and crossed his T's, because this is obviously something he deals with on a daily basis. But a person that deals with personal injury doesn't know all the ins and outs of criminal law. Yeah, can they research it? Yes, but they're not an authority. They're not an expert in it. They're going to make crucial mistakes. But it did sound like Alec did try as much as possible. Again, he's still innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. But if all the allegations are true, then it does sound like he did try, for the most part, to cover as many tracks or to put some doubt in there that doesn't make sense to the normal person, that would help, sway the jury. I'm sure as an attorney, if he did do this, it does sound like he did. But if he, there is that percentage for our audience as well as me that there is a possibility that he is innocent of this crime. I just haven't found it yet. Either way, the bottom line is that, he would have done things in his professional capacity to try to throw the investigation. Tammy T says, I think it was both. I think Alex killed Buster in Ander, and his wife was Mercy. You met Paul, not Buster. So you think that Alec killed Paul in anger, and his wife was Mercy? Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make sense too. 3, I don't think he has the gonads to kill wife and son. I can't imagine laying them to rest. Yeah, I don't know. So 2, some people are saying that they believe, we had a lot more ones that they believe they killed him in anger as opposed to mercy. I'm kind of swayed on that. So I have to say that while I still believe this man is guilty from everything I've heard, nothing has changed my mind about that. We still have the defense to hear. Maybe that will change my mind. But right now, the case that the state is bringing forward is only confirming my belief that Alec that did do this. But after hearing person after person talk about how he adored his wife, how he was there for family, he did a lot of family functions, it changes why he did it for me. I think he was just too ashamed to let his family know they're about to lose everything. And I truly think he was there. I think he knew that this stuff with his law firm was becoming well known, and it was just a matter of time before those cards fell, imploded. And I just don't think he wanted his wife to know what a loser he was. I love hearing everyone's opposing opinion on the trail. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, there's no right or wrong answers. The only thing that you're required to do here is just be respectful to one another. I mean, geez, you'd think that it's like pulling freaking teeth to have people be respectful. I'm just joking. You guys have been fabulous. But you guys have been around the block with me. You know how it gets in here, and you know how I'm attacked and in here. So it's one of those things where I'm glad we have good, healthy debate. But that's what I want it to be, is good, healthy debate. I don't want to be antagonistic. I don't want it to be nasty. I don't want it to be disrespectful. That, we've learned a long time ago, in school and everything, we have debates. It's not to be personal or emotional. And it's hard with these cases not to get personal and emotional with. But sometimes if you feel that you're personal and emotional with it, you just need to step back from the conversation, because if it's something that's going to incite you or frustrate you, maybe it's a comment best left kept to yourself, and not that you would it would be disrespectful, but if you're concerned about it, or concerned about hurting somebody's feelings, then an ounce of prevention and all, so thank you. Hey, Alabama mama of 4, nice to see you. Now I believe it was supposed to be a murder-suicide, but he passed out in the end. Maybe. Not a good perspective. Possible. Possible. AM lied to Ellie, said he was not outside with his wife and son. Why did he lie? Great point, Pat Gaines. Great point. And that's what we have to, all of this stuff, like I had somebody in here and it, it's a little frustrating because they're just being antagonistic, which drives me nuts because there's no need to be like that. But at the end of the day, it's not one person. That's why when people were like saying that Dylan is the star witness, I'm like, no, she's not. Is she an important witness? Of course she is. Every person they brought up here was an important witness to some aspect of their case. So with Alec, we have to remember this is all, it's not one singular thing that's going to convict this man. If it was one singular thing that was going to convict this man, all they would have to do is put that witness up there and the case would be done, right? The case would be done. But it's not about a singular witness. It's the collective. It's like you showing, well, exactly what Pat was asking. Why lie to law enforcement? If you were outside with your son that day, why not tell him that you were outside with your son that day? If you were out there, shortly before the murders, why didn't you tell him, yeah, I was out here shortly before the murders? Why lie? Remember, Alec didn't even know this Snapchat video existed. Alec did not know that he was being recorded with that floppy tree. Alec did not know these things. And he forgot about them. Or he tried to delete them off the phone. Remember, the kid's phone was laying on top of him. And it seems awfully suspect to me that he says he tried to flip the kid over, his kid over, and the phone just fell out, but he never flipped the kid over. That's what he told him. So I did this thing where I stuck my phone in my back pocket where we had a witness state that Paul always put his phone when he's not using it, unless he's near him, he'll put it up on top of the dog kennels to make sure no water splashed on him, right? But it was in his back pocket. It seems to me, if he's laying face forward, we got to go back to the beginning, his shoulders up, right? How did he get it? How did he get that phone? Because I put my phone in my back pocket and tried to fishtail all over this floor. It was quite a scene. Maybe I should have recorded. Maybe I should do it again and record it so you guys can get a laugh at me looking like a fish on the floor. And you know what? Out of all of that, would you believe my phone never fell out one time? Not one time. I tried it on my back side, tried it on my front side. The phone never fell out. I just don't, maybe I got a bigger butt than Paul. But outside of somebody reaching back there and pulling it out, it didn't come out my pocket. Or unless he wears some pretty baggy jeans, which he doesn't look like the kind of kid that wears big baggy jeans, if you know what I mean. So this is giving me a lot of hesitation. Try it. Y'all put your phone in your back pocket and go fishing around on that floor. Go from the front side, go from the back side, go on your stomach. Tell me how easy it is to wrangle that phone out of your look. Play dead. Right? Play dead. And have your husband or somebody try to flip you over. See if that phone falls out. You're going to find out just like I did. It does not come out of your pocket that easy. Especially with dead weight. Just doesn't. Call me crazy. I do check these theories out. It's a hot mess here in the house when I'm trying to do these theories. You guys would I probably should record it. I think you guys would get a chuckle out of it. I think me trying to debunk some of this stuff would probably get more clicks and views than the videos they'd probably be passed around YouTube a lot more too. Lady 7up says, and they asked him if that was the only gun in his truck, but it was said today he always had a pistol in his truck all the time. Yeah. Interesting. And the other thing is that this guy never seen him carry around a gun. He knew he had a gun. He knew he had the pistol in his vehicle, but he knew he hunted. But his testimony is he's never seen him with a gun in his hand out of 4 years. So now we come back to hearing that and find out that there's gun primer residue on his shirt, his hands, and his pants. But out of 4 years, the kennel keeper never seen him with a gun, but knew he had the pistol in his car. And the only way you can get gunshot primer residue on your shirt is from a fired gun. And we heard his shirt was freshly laundered. So even that shotgun he had in his hand, when he went to the house and got a gun, go back out, instead of just locking himself in the house until law enforcement arrived, he just had to go grab a gun. Again, trial preparation before the trial even began. Now he can explain the transfer of gunshot primer residue. And the difference between gunshot residue and gunshot primer residue, if you guys were paying attention, is the molten in it. So it's got to have that means it came into extreme heat, i.e. firing the gun, the fire. So it gives this mist. You don't see it. It's not seen by the naked eye, but you're talking about somebody that just testified that this man has not carried or shot a gun in quite some time, to the best of his knowledge. So where did this molten from a fired weapon come from? And I'm interested. I'm not sure if they did the testimony from the firing expert, which one has been fired recently. When was the last time it appears that one was fired? You know, how much gunk is in these guns? You know, was the muzzle, was the barrel clean? Many people don't realize you just don't have a gun and use it and fire it, and that's the end of it. You got to clean your gun. Because it could literally, not cleaning your gun can be very dangerous for the person that's operating that gun when they need to operate it. You got to make sure it's functioning. You got to make sure that the parts that need to be oiled are oiled. You got to make sure that the barrel, a gunshot residue that collects in the barrel of your gun is removed. This causes, you have misfires with guns. You've got bullets that when they're coming out get jammed, and that's from not properly caring for your gun. Yes, this happens. I am a gun owner. I'm a proper gun owner. I know that every time I fire, which I haven't had to clean my gun in a while because I haven't been to those shooting range, but for every 100 bullets I shoot out of my gun, I am supposed to clean and oil my gun. That's the easiest way it was taught to me. Now, do we realize when we shoot 100 bullets out? No, but I know every box of ammunition comes with 50 bullets in it. So I know I have to go through 2 boxes of ammunition before I need to clean my gun. That's how I keep track of it. You can have different opinions, but it doesn't change the truth. New favorite statement. Oh, I like that. I like that. And that is so true. I don't see how a man that big can't flip his son. Yeah, exactly. Like he was a big man. He's over 6 feet tall. We saw him. I mean, he's much thinner than he once was, and I blame it on jail food. Jail food will make you get very thin very quickly. From what I hear, it's disgusting. I personally have never been to jail for that long. I mean, people know I have been arrested before, but everybody knows that within 24 hours, I have been released. Most of the time between 12 and 16 hours is the most I've ever stayed at any given time. And I have been arrested multiple times. But I've never had to stay. It was never my home. I just didn't eat. When I was there, I wouldn't eat. If they have a boiled egg, I might eat the boiled egg. But as far as the sandwiches and stuff like that, I would never eat because I knew I was getting out and I'd go eat when I got out. So, mind you, this was back in my 20s. I know my haters would like you to believe that this just happened yesterday, but no, it hasn't. It's been a decade to 2 decades of my problems that I have overcome and have set my path in doing this, full time. A lot of people know my story, they know my history. And, while I'm not proud of it, it is me, it's my life. It's the walk I had to walk. And had I not walked that specific walk, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be right here today. I'd be doing something else. I'd probably be in law. I'd probably be on one of these court TVs, right? But my path is much different now, and it's specifically because of the walk that I had to take. And while I'm not, proud of that walk, I wouldn't change the walk I had to go through for anything in the world, because where I'm at and what I'm able to do, and the thought of me wanting to make this world a better place than when it was before I got here is really, at the end of the day, part of my healing. It really is. It's part of my healing. Doing good feels good. It helps me heal. At one time I used to be a taker. I took a lot. Now I'm a giver. I give too much. And I wouldn't change that for the world. This is the path I was supposed to go down. I have the experiences for this path that I'm going down. And, but I have to tell you, I've never been in jail to the point where I had to eat its food. Maybe I'd eat an apple or an orange. I wouldn't even drink their coffee. I wouldn't drink their, nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope, not me. Mm-mm. Pat Gaines, where are the missing clothes from Paul's video earlier that afternoon? Nowhere to be found. Great point. And that's another thing. Again, none of these people are the slam dunk saying, oh, he's guilty. It's all of the information collectively. Let's look at it, right? From start to finish. Why would you lie to law enforcement when they first arrived saying you were at your mother's between an hour and a half, or an hour and 40 minutes, or whatever his excuse was, that he was never around them? The house keeper saying he left in one outfit, and she's never seen the shirt or the shoes from the outfit again. It may not even have the same khakis that were on the floor in that bedroom, because he had so many pairs of those specific type of pant, that there's no confirmation that pant was the one that he was wearing at the time. It could have been another pair that he put on and realized, maybe I shouldn't wear this, and changed out outfits. We know that a t-shirt from the top shelf fell over, almost as if somebody was grabbing a t-shirt. I just grabbed something off the top of my closet, and my freaking foot cleaner, right, almost fell on my head. So I get it. Like, you can't just grab something without something falling in some cases, right? So it's like these things happen to me, but they put a lot of stuff in perspective for me as well. So now we know he at least took a shower, which I don't know if he ever alleged taking a shower, but we know he did. We know that all the evidence points to, they were trying to say that shirt wasn't freshly laundered. Remember when that Colton County, I can't remember. She was the liaison between Colton County and the SLED team. She was in the car when they gave him his first initial interview. The one SLED agent was in the driver's seat. We had Alex Murdaugh in the passenger seat. Behind Alex Murdaugh was the liaison that I'm talking about. And next to him was Danny Henderson, Alex Murdaugh's private attorney. And she said that he had a freshly laundered shirt. And the defense walked up and said, look at this video. Does that look like a freshly laundered shirt? Well, okay. So it was a wrinkly, freshly laundered shirt, but it was still a freshly laundered shirt that was corroborated by 2 additional forensic forensic testers that did the GSR. They said they opened the bag. They're used to having musky, stinky clothes. They opened the bag. The shirt's still damp from the rain, and you could smell the laundry detergent. I could tell you, I washed this probably right before I left to go to West Palm Beach, which was just a few days ago. I can lightly smell the fragrance in my shirt right now. And I use Gain, I use scent boosters, I use Downy in my wash. So I do that so that's the scent maintains, right? But even the scent, when it's out for a week, dissipates, right? So think about that. When you grab a shirt on a pile, what do you typically do? You grab the top shirt. So I have a funny feeling he grabbed the top shirt. The one shirt under it probably fell to the ground. But think about how laundry, when you do your laundry and you fold and you put your laundry away, where do you put it? You don't lift up all the laundry and stick the newest stuff under it. You put the fresh stuff right on top of the stack. So that means the shirt on the very top of the stack would have been more freshly laundered than the very bottom shirt of that stack. When you put it in perspective and start looking at these things in a granular eye, you realize that these things are making a picture. You don't hear weird people walking on his property. I haven't heard one bit of testimony that strangers have ever been on his property before. Why this night would a stranger automatically just go on this property? We heard from Mallory Beach's attorney. He was going after $10 million. Who in the world would jeopardize $2 million to kill a mom and a son? Doesn't make sense. Because if they wanted to cause them harm, would they have done it early on? Why would they be close to settlement before they decide to off them? Doesn't make sense. What motive would they have? They're about to have their payday. Their payday goes away if Paul is killed. The payday goes away. So who would have jeopardized $10 million for not just Mallory Beach's family, but the multiple other people, the one that had the broken jaw, the one that had to have several surgeries on her hand, the other ones that had other injuries that weren't probably as significant as Mallory's, the broken jaw, and the girl with the hand problem, hand injury. So it's not one singular thing that is breaking this case wide open to me and in the trial. It's all the stacking stuff. All the stuff is starting to stack against Alec, painting this picture of motive, painting this picture of preparation for this, dotting his I's and crossing his T's before the first bullet is fired at either Paul or Maggie. That is what we're seeing going on here. And I think it's the collective. It's all of it that's going to, if it was just one thing or just this, and this, probably not going to get a conviction. But you have all of this stuff leading up to this. And I think that we are getting to the nuts and bolts of this case. Finally, we're finally getting to the nuts and bolts of this case. But no, I don't expect one person to be the star. I never believe one person is the star of any case. I believe it's the collective evidence that really seals the fate of the defendant. And right now, so far, the evidence, in my opinion, from a legal mind, it is, but those jurors don't have legal minds. Those jurors are lay persons. They probably are looking at this logically. And logically looking at this is a lot of stuff that is stacking up against that does not make sense for Alex Murdaugh. And I think the jurors are wise to that. I think the DNA was confusing because of the language. I have to rule out to rule in. Interesting. I didn't hear all the DNA stuff. I missed that yesterday because of the work I was doing. I was not able. I tried to listen to it last night and I fell asleep listening to it. And believe it or not, when I woke up at 3 a.m. this morning, it was still playing. So if that tells you anything. Truth we hide. I have changed my mind about whether he had a gambling problem. I didn't think so at first, but now I believe he liked betting Even in the jailhouse call, he's still betting in jail. I knew it, and I didn't even know anything about gambling. But the other day, I think it was Friday, we were here on this channel watching this trial live, and we were hearing all this money. I mean, even we were hearing how this man just spent almost $1 million from March 10th when he deposited his first check to May 25th when he was completely broke. And somebody said in the chat, and it was like a light bulb went off. Wait a minute. If he did that many drugs, the drug he was talking about, he would be dead. And your body can only handle so much toxicity. Even with alcohol, it can only handle so much before you're done. And so I started thinking, and I'm like, you know what? Whoever said that, I can't remember. I know I called you out by name Friday, but you're absolutely right. He would be dead. So where's this money? And we were all jokingly thinking that it was on an island buried, buried treasure. And then like literally we're joking about that. And then the man from Palmetto State Bank comes up and says something to the effect of, yeah, he has a property mortgage with his dad, 3 islands. And we're like, road trip. Ship trip, right? And we were just joking around about it. But in all reality, part of that conversation was not just either it being in an offshore account, but one of those things I had said was gambling. Because I know out of everything, the one thing that can take a crap ton of money and a crap ton of money real quick that will not kill you, your wife might kill you, but it will not, is the addiction of gambling. And if you have an addiction of gambling, you can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars literally in minutes. Yes, you heard that right. You could lose millions of dollars in minutes. Minutes. So I thought that it was possible that he has a gambling problem, and I haven't changed my stance on that pretty much. I mean, there's a few possibilities for me. That is one of the few possibilities as to where all this money went. And if it was gambling, you would think that somebody would know who his bookie is. Where did he gamble this money? It had to go through somebody's hands, because so far I haven't heard any financial forensics identifying any like online gambling or anything of that nature. People are talking about how he comes into work late. His family's already up and out of the house before he's not a morning person. We heard that. Lots of stuff we're hearing, and a lot of stuff is not looking right or making sense in my mind. And I think that's where we kind of are all getting hung up on. So anyways, you know what? Was it 2:15 I was supposed to get called? Maybe it was 2:15. I wrote it down. No, it says Tuesday. Today's Tuesday. Yep. After 1:15. Okay, well, I've been waiting for a call from this person. So we'll see why they haven't called me. So anyways, guys, I'm going to take a few minute break. We've got about 25 minutes before the trial is going to resume after lunch. So this is a great time if you haven't already got yourself your beverage or freshened up your beverage or got yourself a little bite to eat. It might be a great time to sneak off into the kitchen and warm yourself up some food. I'm just going to take a few minutes. I want to review some of the stuff I missed this morning, and I'll be back with you guys. Okay. So God bless you guys. And I will put this back up so you guys at least know we're not like gone. All right. But I am going to mute my mic. All right, guys, I see some heads moving in the background. There's some, it looks like they're coming back in now. I was able to get a comforter in the wash in that little bit of time. Got to keep the bed clean. Got to keep office number 2 in order, unlike office number 1, which I actually cleaned off the desk even more. I got frustrated because I put my notepad up there and it started sliding off the desk, and I'm like, I gotta get rid of this stuff. So I put all the Summer Wells stuff right behind me in the brown cabinet behind me. So it's readily available. I know where the summer stuff is, but it's not on the desk. And I also, look at this, I find talk about, today's only Tuesday. I guess we could do Throwback Tuesday. This is Ruth Sakala. She was just found deceased. We searched for her high and low. If a lot of you guys don't remember, but this was in my own backyard. This was Kathleen Moore. Colin Knapp, her boyfriend, killed her and broke his fence down in the back and threw her body 2 doors down from his house. JLR and I were in the swamps. We pointed right where she would be. We just could not get there because I didn't have my wading gear on at the time. Many people don't. This is starting to come into the spotlight because her boyfriend, this is the one in Navarre, Florida, that disappeared at a custody exchange. And this was the furthest. Everybody asks me, where do I think in proximity people are? And I say very close. This was the exception to the rule because she was actually killed, and the ex-boyfriend, the father of her child, Sailor, actually killed her and then took her body to Alabama with him to a job that he had. And so this was the furthest that I've ever seen somebody go to the lengths that they did to cover her. And of course, the original. And as a matter of fact, the original, I can tell this is original because you can see it's got wrinkles all over it. And that's because it's gone through water and everything else. But the original, Justice for Gabby. Where my career in true crime and YouTube, well, TikTok, we did TikTok during her days, where those began. I was not much with YouTube, didn't know what it was. Believe it or not, an arch nemesis of mine now, because of them trying to do what they did. White Boy Lockdown and Noel were with us during the Gabby Petito, and they have gone crazy because they're drug addicts, and they are no longer associated with me or anybody that I have anything to do with. And they are the ones that got me turned on to YouTube. So all those haters that like that man that hate me, you should tell him to go F himself because he's the reason why I'm here. Yay. Yeah, she was very beautiful. Oh my God. That's my water bill. I hope you guys don't go there often. Not at that cost. That'll be at that cost. If you went there daily, you should be driving around in a freaking a Range Rover or a G-Wagon. That's why I do coffee at home. This is so upsetting to me because I went to I do this often. I went to the grocery store and I was going there specifically to make sure I had some Diet Coke and to make sure I had plenty of water. And I get there and I start shopping and I start finding some great deals in the grocery aisle, right? Like I went to the meats and I went to the seafoods and I picked up what I wanted and walk out, check out, no problem. $70 for 2 bags of groceries nowadays, $35 per bag. It's insane. Didn't think anything of it. Come home, went to go to the refrigerator to get some water. And I'm like, Dad, burn it. Forgot the water. So then I'm like, I'm not going back to the store. So I get it on Instacart and I order 3 cases of water, 2 cases of Diet Coke, 1 case of Sprite, 1 case of Coke, 1 case of Cherry Coke, right? My Diet Coke goes through, but every now and again, I need to have some sugar. So I got the other stuff, depending on what my mood is, whether I'm going to have a Sprite, Coke, or cherry Coke. But primarily, I don't even like drinking soda. You would think with 5 cases of soda, I obviously like drinking soda. No, it's just that lasts me forever. But I also ordered 3 packages or 3 cases of water to be delivered with these. Pay the fee to have it delivered. Pay the tip fee to have it delivered. Get here, the person drops it off and only has the soda. I'm like, I had 3 cases of water. Oh, they didn't have the water. Most important part of the order. I mean, I would have never ordered through Instacart if it wasn't for the water. I wanted the water, not the soda. I could have dealt without the soda as long as I had the water. So now I have no water in my house. So now I've got to go to a store for a 3rd trip. Now, mind you, we're already at $170 for 2 bags of groceries and 5 cases of drinks. This is getting a little costly. Now I still got to go back and spend another probably $30 or $40 for water. I've got this water machine behind me, but now they're probably going to be charging me a monthly fee just to get this watering machine up. I don't know. Either way, it is what it is. Why does this thing keep sinking? I'm going to go ahead and put this up. We should be, we got heads. I see heads bobbing here. There's a head right there. Oh, you can't even see me over here. I'm going to push this. Right there. There's a head right there. See it? Moving around. So we're getting close. Just not there yet. Miss Lee, she's very pretty. I don't know. Who was it that sent me that cute little video of the girl? Well, maybe you guys shouldn't tell me. Not on here anyways. But I do want to say this. I know some of you guys have kids. And if you guys want, and even if you want to, if you guys want to put a funny skit together for the Bullhorn Betty channel, I will debut it on one of my openings coming into the coffee club. I love that little girl. She is so sweet. She melts my heart. She makes me smile every time I play her. That she says, "Welcome to the coffee club." I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Get a Brita. Yeah, probably should. Actually, you know what's so funny is that I had one of those water softener people come into my home trying to sell me their water softener. And I'm like, no, I don't need it. And he's like, oh, but you don't know how much stuff is in your water. And I'm like, all right, I'll let you do your whatever. This was years ago. Probably worse now, but I don't know whether. But anyways, he comes in and he's trying to sell his water softener, but he takes a test of my water. And my water was actually a decent rating. Like he was like, oh, usually it's higher than this. And he's like, oh, but don't worry. With all these filters, I'm sure you're, he shows me how high, the minerals and stuff are in my water. And then he goes over to my refrigerator water. And he's like, oh, these filters never do anything. He's like, they're really garbage, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay. So he shows me all the minerals in my water. And then he goes over to my refrigerator and he starts pulling the stuff out. And I have to tell you, I was pleasantly surprised that he was shocked that while I still had minerals and stuff in my water, according to their little tester, it was significantly lower than the tap water. Significantly. Like he's like, oh, wow, you must change your filters out a lot. And I'm like, not really. But I have all new lines. So I think a lot of the builds up in your lines. And if you don't change out your lines, maybe that causes it. I don't know. I'm sure now if he came in, my stuff would be off the rockers with minerals and heavy metals and blah, 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 blah. And I would love it, Donna. I know you love yours. I would have probably loved mine too. But listen to this. I'm not paying $5,000. You're talking about a girl from the country that used to drink out of a water hose from a well. No, ain't happening. Ain't happening. I'll drink my bottled water, please. And I know it probably cost me a lot more in the long run, but I like my bottled water. It's a carry to go. And so I was thinking about maybe a recycled bottle, like a metal bottle or something that I can make. I can keep cool, something insulated. And then I realized how heavy they are when they're filled with liquids. So I'm just like at a point where I just like my bottled water. At the end of the day, I just like my bottled water. I'm starting to believe something's going on that we're not privy to as to why it's taking them so long to start. They're usually on time within like 5 or 10 minutes, but 10 minutes is now come and gone. Well, it's approaching. We'll say it's approaching. The only thing I worry about when I get sinus is that if it turns into an infection, it goes straight to my ears. And as many of you guys know, I'm already deaf in one ear. And if I have pressure in the other ear, I can't hear. So it becomes a pretty bad situation for me. So I always try to keep everything the way it's supposed to be working. Alabama mom of 4 says, I've been up since 5 a.m., nap from 10 to 12. I wish I got a nap. Working on getting my taxes ready. Oh, can we just, like, I don't know. Can we not file taxes this year? Please? Oh, ears. I'm taking another break and may not start adding this again until tomorrow. I pity you. I hate doing taxes. One year, it was when we were in LLC. I don't know where that came from. And when we were in LLC, we didn't know anything. Like one year, I can't remember. It was ridiculous. It was because when you first start a business out, the first to 5, year 1 to 5, if anybody owns a business knows what I'm saying is true. Is not, you don't really make term of profit from when you start a business from the first year up to the 5th year. Typically, some people start turning a small profit after the 2nd year and things of that nature. But when you're starting a brand new business from the ground up, you need about 2 to 5 years to build it. And this was one year we LLC'd. It was the handyman company. And I forgot to file the tax because I do the taxes April. I forgot that corporate taxes needed to be done by March. So I didn't file an extension and filed my taxes, which we didn't know anything because we were actually under. We spent more than we made. So we didn't owe any taxes that year. But I got hit with a $3,500 penalty for filing my LLC late without asking for an extension. A penalty, a $3,500 penalty. Can you believe that? For filing business taxes a few months late. It was the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen in my life. So we did get it waived, though. I got my documentation. It was waived by the IRS, thank God. But you had to jump through a ton of hoops to get that $3,500 set aside. It was ridiculous. All over a timing mistake. No money owed. Literally. I mean, I can understand if I owed a crap load of taxes and I just, goofed up, but literally nothing owed. A brand new business. It was just ridiculous. I think that is highway robbery. Our government, it should not be $3,500 on a small business just starting to open that literally filed their taxes a few months late. $3,500 fine or penalty. That it wasn't taxes. It wasn't accrued interest. It wasn't none of that. It was just a penalty. That, I think, is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard or seen in my life. Be seated.
Okay, our witness. You may bring the jury.
jury is present, sir.
Okay, very good. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Burney.
Afternoon, Mr. Griffith.
Just, I want to be sure we understand what you've done. You did analysis of various bank accounts, seeing deposits in and money out. Is that correct?
So for the tracing, it was specifically the alleged stolen funds. I would just trace them out as they went through the bank accounts using that first in, first out method.
I mean, did you analyze any accounts that were stolen, what you contend to be stolen funds were not deposited into?
There's probably one or two accounts, maybe stolen money didn't hit, but any account under Alex Murdaugh's name at Palmetto State Bank and Bank of America, those were the primary two accounts.
But I mean, you're aware that he earned income as a practicing attorney?
Yes, yes.
And did you segregate that monthly income from?
Yes, so what I would do is prior to these funds going into those accounts, using that first in, first out method, I would completely deplete whatever income or deposit was in that account prior to, so we could separate each check out.
And you, in your testimony here today, you for the most part, limited your analysis to the $792,000 of the Ferris fee. Is that right?
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
the
guys, I
only
didn't
tracing
realize I
we
was
went
still
over.
mic.
Okay. And then at the end, you testified about essentially Mr. Murdaugh's, I guess it was a analysis of liabilities versus assets.
Right,
About
so-
whether he had enough to pay A, B, and C.
Right. So what I did for the date of June 7th, the accounts we had, I looked at balances in addition to outstanding loans. So that's how I was able to determine that.
And that was just purely balances in financial accounts. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did that include any analysis of his 401k or retirement account?
No, in the balance sheet, I had no, because those were in retirement accounts.
Okay.
So obviously, you have tax implications and penalties and fees associated with those.
And did that analysis include the value of any real estate holdings?
So I was just looking at outstanding, what he owed the bank.
Did that?
I didn't have up to date June 7th, 2021 appraisals for every land he owned.
Sure. And I think we all understood your answer, but your answer is no, it did not include an analysis of any equity in real estate holdings. Is that correct?
No, because I would not be able to determine that to the date.
And your analysis also did not include any interest he may have in real estate partnerships, correct?
Such as Redbeard and Zero United.
Well, let's start there. Redbeard and Zero United.
So I just had the loan statements and outstanding principal on that. And as we know, they were charged off, I believe, in 2012, and interest was accruing. But this is just a principal balance that I was looking at.
Right, but you didn't look to see what the value of Redbeard was and the value of United was.
No, I had no idea what they would have been in June 7th, 2021.
And were you aware that he was had an equity interest in a real estate partnership that owned the PMPED law firm building in Hampton?
I became aware when I saw he was paid out of that account at the end in October, I believe. And then I would see occasionally, I called them rent checks. I think every month or so he would get a few thousand from that ownership.
But in your testimony of sort of a snapshot on June 7th, you didn't take into account the value of his interest in the PMPED law firm building, did you?
So I was looking at liquid assets, so would he have the ability that day to pay those amounts?
Okay. All right. And I take it then you also didn't take into account his ability to raise capital through borrowing money from Palmetto State Bank if he needed to.
So I was only looking at outstanding loans, so
Okay.
I can't comment whether or not he could. We know after the fact he got a loan from the bank, but at that time I wouldn't know what he's eligible for or not eligible for if he wanted to take out an additional loan.
Well, we know before the fact that he had never been turned down for a loan at Palmetto State Bank, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Right. And we know before the fact that he had paid Palmetto State Bank in over $4 million in interest payments. Don't we know that?
I've not calculated that myself, but if that's what you're representing.
Okay. Well, we know before the fact that the chairman of the board of Palmetto State Bank's position was if Alex Murdaugh wants a loan from the bank, we'll make it happen. You're aware of that, aren't you?
That's my understanding.
So there was no, and just to be clear, you weren't telling the jury that on June 7th, Mr. Murdaugh's financial freight train was about to go off to the ravine. That's not what you were telling this jury, is it?
I was just looking at the account balances, outstanding loans, the fact that money had to be borrowed to pay back the Chris Wilson fees.
And he borrowed money from his partner, Johnny Parker. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you know before the fact that Mr. Parker frequently loaned money to other partners in the firm because the cash flow in their business was, not great until the end of the year.
I know Johnny Parker loaned Alex money. I'm not sure about the other partners, but you are correct. He did loan him money.
Now, in your analysis of the $792,000, you testified that that a large percent of the money went to associates, and then the rest went to pay credit card bills, right?
Generally speaking, without getting into a granular level.
Sure. Well, can you generally tell me approximately how much money of the $792,000 was sent to Curtis Eddie Smith?
From my tracing, approximately $500,000
Of the 792?
of the 792. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. 1 second, Your Honor.
You direct.
Ms. Bernie, you indicated that you were looking at liquid assets on June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
That is
Did I understand your testimony a moment ago correctly that that's what you were looking at?
yes.
Mr. Bernie, do you own a home?
I do.
All right. So you've gone through the process of purchasing land before, is that correct?
A couple of times, yes, sir.
A couple times. When you were buying, or let me rephrase my question here. Did you ever sell any real estate?
I have once.
Was it an instant process or did it take some time?
It took months.
Months.
From listing to closing, yes.
So did you get the money for your real estate right when you sold it, or did it take all the way to closing to get that money?
Took all the way to closing.
So if Mr. Murdaugh needed money from his real estate interests through sell, would that have taken some time?
I imagine, yes.
Did I hear you correctly a moment ago in your testimony, or acknowledge in your testimony the possibility that Mr. Murdaugh paid over $4 million in interest to Palmetto State Bank on various loans?
That's what Mr. Griffin represented. I had not done the calculations myself.
As you indicated a moment ago, what was your aim again in tracing these funds?
Looking at their ultimate dispositions, where the money went to.
Did you start with particular instruments and then go from there?
I did.
And in analyzing where the funds from those instruments went, did a portion of those instruments go to loan payments
Yes.
at Palmetto State Bank?
Yes. Loan payments at Palmetto State Bank and to pay back loans from other individuals.
And did a significant portion of those funds go towards paying that $4+ million in interest to Palmetto State Bank?
Yes.
And did that represent a significant portion of where the stolen funds were ultimately disposed?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Let me step down. Your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Marion Proctor. Marion Proctor.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? All right, you good this time? Sit right up here. State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and then move the microphone where they can hear you. Okay?
I'm Marion Proctor, Proctor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Proctor.
Hi.
Go ahead and tell the jury, do you have any relationship to Maggie and Paul?
I am Maggie's sister, and Paul is my nephew.
Can you pull that mic just a little bit closer or slide your chair up just a little bit so you don't have to lean forward?
Okay.
And is that a fresh bottle of water there?
It is.
Oh, it is. That's your water?
Yes.
Go ahead and, if you would, tell us a little bit about yourself, just where you grew up and just a little bit about yourself so they get to know you just a little bit. Please.
Okay. I grew up in Wilmington, North Carolina. Maggie and I did. She was my only sibling with two parents. And we both went to college, both married, both lived in South Carolina. We've been here ever since. I'm married. I have 3 daughters, and we live in the Charleston area.
Where did Maggie go to college?
South Carolina.
Did she go somewhere else and then transfer to South Carolina?
She did.
How far apart are you and Maggie?
5 years.
And your parents, what are their names?
Terry and Kennedy.
And do y'all have any other siblings, or was it just you and Maggie?
It's just Maggie and me.
Growing up, being 7 years apart as younger folks, was that a bit of an age difference as y'all grew up?
It was. For children, that's a lot. So, I was in college. She was in high school. So we weren't super close when we were children, but later on, as our lives became more similar, we became very close.
And how long ago do you think that relationship grew very close?
When the children were little, we did a lot together. It was easy. As they got older with, their commitment, sports and things like that, it was mostly holidays, Christmas, Thanksgiving. And then when we both became empty nesters, we were having a really good time.
Y'all talk almost every day?
Almost every day.
Tell the jury a little bit about Maggie. How would you describe her as somebody just so they can get an idea of who she was.
Maggie was sweet. She was kind of a free spirit. She was always up for anything that was going on. She loved her family. She loved her boys. Buster and Paul were her world. She loved my parents. We, joked how we would grow old together and take care of them. And she was just a really, really good person.
Was Maggie a tomboy at all, or was she more of a girl's girl?
No, she was definitely a girl's girl, but she made the best of having two boys. She was right in there fishing, hunting. She didn't grow up doing that. We used to laugh that she'd get in the deer stand with her Southern Living magazine, and the boys would tell her she was making too much noise turning the pages. And then, fishing, she loved going out on the boat. She loved being at the beach. She loved going to the islands. I don't know that she really fished that much, but she just wanted to do what they were doing. She wanted to spend time with them.
What about the Gamecocks?
She was a big Gamecock fan.
Are you a Gamecock fan?
I'm a big Clemson fan.
Y'all still managed to get along, though.
We got along great. We did. And we were together a lot on those Clemson Carolina days. And we would have a big time.
Being kind of a girl's girl, did she like spending time with you and your daughters and getting a chance to do those sorts of things?
She loved it. She and my girls loved their Aunt Maggie. She always, said that she was their favorite aunt. And she just, loved catching up on all the latest makeup and, hair trends and shoes. And she just loved doing girl stuff with us.
Did Maggie work over the years, or was she focused on taking care of the boys and raising them?
She was mostly a stay-at-home mom. She had a little shop in Hampton for a while. She and Miss Libby did that together. So that was fun. She was real involved with the boys' schools, all their sporting events. I don't think she probably ever missed one. But she was mostly a stay-at-home mom.
What about Paul? Did you get to know him, obviously, as your nephew?
Yes.
Tell the jury just a little bit about Paul and what he was like.
Paul was a sweet, sweet boy, misrepresented in the media. He had such a kind side to him. He was always wanting to help. Aunt Marion, does Uncle Bart need some wood? He'd bring us a load of wood. He was a kind soul, and I loved him a lot.
Was Maggie very involved in the family finances, to your knowledge?
Not at all.
Explain to the jury a little bit, if you would.
They had a comfortable life. Maggie was happy. It wasn't a lavish life, but it was a comfortable life. And, money just, it was never an issue for her that she knew about.
That she knew about?
Right.
I think you said you don't think Maggie ever balanced a checkbook as finances wasn't.
She didn't. So I was the sister who balanced it to the penny and went crazy if I made a mistake in my checkbook. Maggie's was in the floor of her car with all of her bills thrown all over it. And she didn't. Organization was not her best skill.
Mr. Randolph, Paul's grandfather, did you know him?
I did.
And then his spouse was who?
Miss Libby.
Towards the end of Maggie and Paul's life, can you tell the jury just a little bit about Miss Libby's health?
Miss Libby had Alzheimer's, and wasn't too bad at first, but she's been declining for years. And it's real bad now. I think she stays in bed all day. She doesn't recognize her family. And she has to be helped to do everything. She can't feed herself or go to the bathroom or do anything.
Back in June of 2021, was her condition similar in that regard?
Yes.
Back in June of 2021, was Mr. Randolph suffering any health issues?
Mr. Randolph was really sick. He had lots of different things wrong with him. And I think that his days were coming close to an end.
In the days leading up to Paul and Maggie's death, had the family received some not encouraging news about Mr. Randolph's
Correct.
prognosis?
Correct. I think that they felt like everything had been done for him that could be done. And I'm not sure Mr. Randolph wanted anything else done to him either. It had been a long road for him.
Backing up a little bit, the family, Alec and Maggie's family, properties, did they have a house in Hampton at one time?
They did. They built that house.
And did they have a beach house?
They did
And where was that?
at Stowe.
And when did they get the beach house roughly? Do you recall?
Oh, gosh. I really don't know. They've had it for a long time, 15. I really don't know. I'm sorry.
And what about Moselle? They had that property as well?
Yes, Moselle was their most recent property. And it was kind of a hunting plantation type place. Great setup for hunting everything and lots of beds for Alec to have men come out and have hunts and not Maggie's favorite place to be, but the boys loved it.
Sure. And in the summertime, where did Maggie typically prefer to be? At a Stowe?
She loved the beach, yes.
Are you familiar with what people refer to as the boat crash?
I am,
And to your general recollection, that happened around February of 2019?
correct.
After the boat crash, did the family and particularly Maggie feel like what she felt some sort of backlash in the community or some sort of negative reaction that bothered her?
She did. That was a devastating blow for their family. It was a horrible accident, but it was an accident. And Maggie felt like the Hampton community had turned against her. And Paul was being mistreated. People would say mean things to him, call him names, social media, inappropriate things were said to him. Inappropriate things were said to him when he went back to school. And it was very hard on the family. It was very stressful.
Is that also part of the reason that Maggie preferred staying in Edisto?
I think so, yes.
During this time period, did Maggie start looking for a house somewhere else?
She did. They sold their Hampton house. She was looking in the Hilton Head, Bluffton area for something. She had been looking in that area for a while.
Okay. Did she find anything she liked?
She did. She found one house that she just loved, and she called me and my parents to come down and take a look at it. And I believe Alec was there too. And she really thought that they might make an offer on that house, but in the end, they did not. I think Alec advised her that the timing was just not right with the boat case going on.
The boat case going on? So we move closer to June 7th of 2021. I believe you testified that the family had received some bad prognosis on Mr. Randolph. Is that correct?
Yes. Maggie called me that day and said she was at Edisto. She had some men working on the house, and Mr. Randolph was not doing well at all. And Alec really wanted her to come home that night. She hadn't planned on it, but that he needed her to come home, and Paul was going to be there too. And I said, well, Maggie, I said, you know, Alec and his dad are super close, and that's probably what you should do. Go be with him if he needs you.
She said that Alec wanted her to come home that night.
Yes.
And what was your understanding of Maggie's intent or what they were going to do that night?
I was under the impression they were going over to Alameda to visit his parents.
And that's why Alec wanted Maggie to come home?
Correct.
And that was from your conversation with her?
Yes.
She called you to let you know that that's what Alec had called her about?
Yes.
You said she was having some work done at Edisto on June 7th?
Yes, just maintenance work, getting it ready for the summer.
You encouraged her to go to Moza.
I did.
Was that the last time you talked to her?
Yes. Thank you.
You all right? You remember about what time of day that was?
I think it was around 4:00 in the afternoon. I think Maggie loved to call me when she was driving. She was always driving from, Moselle to Edisto to Charleston. And I think it was around 4 that afternoon.
What was the rest of your day like? Just a normal day?
Just a normal day.
Did you go to bed that evening?
Actually, we were not in bed. We were watching a movie. It was just Bart and me at home that night.
Bart, your
And-
husband? Tell me how you found out.
John, I didn't even realize this was going on. We were watching a movie and Bart had gotten up to, I thought, go into the kitchen, and he had a text from John Marvin saying that a text from Randy saying that there had been a tragedy, and could Bart please call him on his cell phone? He had called on Alec's cell phone, but wanted Bart to call him back on his cell phone.
So what happened?
So Bart went outside and called him. So I still didn't know anything was going on, and told him that Maggie and Paul had been shot. They were dead.
What was your reaction?
I just couldn't believe it. I didn't think it was true. I said, there has to be a mistake. I said, there's got to be some explanation. It just can't be them.
What did y'all do after that?
We gathered up our things and we went to tell my parents. And
Where do they live?
they live in Somerville. My mom had just had knee replacement surgery. So when we got to Somerville, I called and I said, Mom, we're on the way, and we've got some bad news to share, but I want to be with you. And so she was sitting in her recliner chair with her leg all bundled up. And so we got there, and both of my parents were there. And I think my mom went into shock. She couldn't be still, and she just kept making these noises. And it was just the worst.
Did you go to Moselle at any point?
We pretty much stayed with my parents all night. We went back home, showered, and then we all went to Moselle the next morning.
Over the next few days, were y'all staying back in Somerville and going to Moselle, or what were you and your parents doing in Bart?
So we had family coming in from Kentucky, and some of them were staying with me, some of them were staying with my parents, but we were in Moselle every day. We were planning the funeral, doing the just we were in Moselle every day after that until the funeral.
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
I'm sorry,
Did that shock of finding out last for a while?
it's still hard to face.
When you got to Moselle, did you see Alex with the family?
I did.
Did y'all hug,
We did.
cry?
We did.
Over the course of the next couple of days, or in the aftermath, the shock was wearing off just a little bit. Did you have any conversation with Alec about what had happened?
I didn't talk to Alec a lot. Alec was just really busy, and the whole town was coming to see him, and he was very, very, very torn up. I did at one point ask him if Maggie had suffered, and he assured me that she did not. Now, I don't know that I think that's true. And I asked if Paul had suffered, and he said no. And then later I asked him, I said, Alec, do you have any idea who's done this? I said, we have got to find out who could do this. And he said that he did not know who it was, but he felt like whoever did it had thought about it for a really long time.
Whoever had done it had thought about it for a really long time. Did that strike you as odd?
I just didn't know what that meant.
Were you ever privy or have any discussion with anything Alex said about whether or not he went to the kennels that night?
I personally did not talk to him about that, but he told my mom that he had dinner with Maggie and Paul, and then he took a nap, which he did. That was kind of a routine. He would lay down on the sofa at night after work and take a nap.
But he said he never went to the kennel.
Correct.
After your conversation with Maggie, your last conversation with her, did it strike you as odd that she didn't go to the kennels or go to Alameda with Alec?
Yes,
And why is that?
because that's the whole reason she went home that night.
Did you think from your conversation with Maggie that she was planning to see Mr. Randolph too?
I thought so. I didn't realize that Mr. Randolph wasn't there at the time.
That was a surprise to you?
Mhm.
In the days and weeks following Maggie and Paul's murder. Did Alec ever say anything about the boat case?
We would talk about the boat case. And he was very intent on clearing Paul's name.
What did he say?
He said that his number one goal was clearing Paul's name. And I thought that was so strange because my number one goal was to find out who killed my sister and Paul.
But that wasn't Alex's concern, main concern?
I know he must have wanted that too, but it just, I don't know how he could have thought about anything else.
But he talked about the boat case. Do you ever act scared or afraid that the real killers were out there somewhere or anything like that? Or was he concerned with the boat case?
We were afraid. We didn't know what was going on. My family was scared. I was scared for Alec and Buster. I felt like they needed protection. I think everybody was afraid. And Alec didn't seem to be afraid.
Did he also talk about getting Buster back into law school
Yes.
after the murders? Maggie loved those dogs, didn't she?
She did.
She liked going down there and playing with them?
She did.
Would she tend to walk down there, or would she take another way to get down there?
If she was dieting, she'd walk. Sometimes she'd ride her bicycle, and she'd take her car. She'd go, just whatever she felt like. Take her car, take one of the golf cart things.
She wasn't a hunter, though, was she?
No.
What'd she think about those AR-style guns that the boys had?
She seemed to be fine with those. I remember when she wanted to give them those for Christmas, and I just growing up with girls and not in the hunting world, I said, Maggie, why would you give those boys those guns? And she said they love to shoot hogs, and which I understood that the hogs were tearing up their property, but it just scared me that the boys would have such a dangerous weapon. But I know nothing about guns, so.
Oh, 1 second, bro. Thank you for testifying. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Mr. Griffin.
Hey. I'm sorry, this is hard for me too. Maggie was a very special person, wasn't she?
She was.
And she and Alec had a very special relationship, didn't
They did.
they? And they had a very special family, did they not?
They did.
And they loved to do things together as a family, didn't they?
They did.
And it just wasn't Alec and Maggie and Paul and Buster, but your parents were part of their family, right?
Yes.
And I doubt you've heard all the testimony here in court, but a lot of Paul's friends referred to your dad as Papa T. Is that what people refer to him as?
Yes.
And your mother as Grandma.
Yes.
And it sort of seemed like Paul and Buster's friends were part of your parents' extended family. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and your husband and Bart and your children, y'all would all vacation together with, not necessarily with Buster and Paul's friends, but with Maggie and Alec and Paul and Buster, and y'all did things as a family a lot. Did you
We
not?
did.
And Alec was really close to your parents, wasn't
Yes.
he? And he considered your dad as one of his best friends, I believe.
He was very kind to my dad.
Right. And y'all would vacation. I think you and your husband have a house in the Keys. You would vacation there, right?
Correct.
And y'all would do a lot together. You place up in off Lake Kiowee. Right.
Correct.
And you said Maggie was a girl, but she took to the boys and learned to be a mother of two rambunctious sons, right?
She did.
And you said earlier that about sporting events that Maggie never missed any of Paul and Buster's sporting events. Is that right?
Correct.
And Alec was there right by Maggie at every sporting event, wasn't he?
Coaching.
Coaching most of the time, right? The weeks leading up to the horrific day of June the 7th, you had a family get together up at Kiowee,
We did.
and your daughter was, you're having a baby shower for your daughter, right?
Right.
You're about to be a grandmother for the first time.
Yes.
And where was it?
When was it?
Where? Was it?
Where?
Yeah.
My daughter lives in Greenville.
Okay. And and it was the weekend, I think, of May 21st.
I think it was the weekend before Memorial Day weekend.
Right. And I'm going to show you a photo and see if you recognize this photo. And it's Defendant's Exhibit 122.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I took that picture.
You took that picture.
I did.
Your Honor, we would introduce Defendant's 122 in evidence this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
Can you pull up 122, Doug? I'm not sure, Marion, if the jury has actually seen a picture of Maggie in this trial. She's obviously the only female here in this photo.
Mhm.
and y'all favor each other greatly, right?
We do.
And this was a weekend, just a couple of, I mean, you said the weekend before Memorial Day, right? And that's Buster on the left,
Yes,
and that's Paul,
right,
and then Maggie and Alex, right?
correct.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see Maggie again after being with her up in above Greenville?
I did not.
So that was the last time you were together with her?
Mhm. She, they were at Edisto for Memorial Day, and then the next weekend was my birthday, and we were back in the upstate. And then I got the call on Monday.
And you understand, the weekend after Memorial Day, Alec and Maggie went to Columbia for a super regional baseball game with Buster and his girlfriend Brooklyn.
Right,
You were aware of that?
I am.
And you mentioned that Maggie was a big Carolina fan and Alec was a big Carolina fan, right?
They both graduated from there.
And they went to a lot of the Carolina sporting events as a couple,
Yes,
right? Oh. And leading up to June 7th, well, let me back up. I know we've talked about this, and I don't want this to come out the wrong way, but Maggie did a lot for Alex's mom and dad, but didn't it make her somewhat sad to go over and visit his mother because of her condition?
absolutely.
And it was really not high on her list of things that she wanted to do.
Maggie went there a lot. She just didn't feel like she needed to go every day like Alec liked to go.
And Alec would go every day and sometimes more than once a day.
As much as he could, he did.
And but Maggie cared for Mr. Randolph, and I know she loved him. I'm talking about she would, prepare food for him and tried to spoil him, wouldn't she?
It was the no salt diet.
Right.
And they were all struggling to cook food that he would eat with no salt.
And she experimented with different things, hopefully that he would enjoy, right?
Right. The whole family was taking turns and trying to provide meals.
And you know now that on the 7th, I think in the afternoon, and we'll establish this later, but, around 4:30, Mr. Randolph got admitted back to the hospital in Savannah.
I know that now.
Right. And you said earlier that you expected from your conversation with Maggie that she was going to go over to Alameda and see Alex's parents on the evening of the 7th, but and you found it odd afterwards when you found out she didn't.
Correct.
But knowing that Alex's dad was not there and he was back in the hospital, it doesn't really seem that odd anymore, does it?
Probably not.
You and Bart received an awful phone call on the night of the 7th about Maggie and Paul's death, right?
We did.
And it was from John Marmon.
Randy. I'm
Randy.
sorry, I misspoke earlier.
And one of the requests was that you and Bart go and tell your parents in person, right?
Well, I don't know that they requested, but I knew we had to do that in person.
So you did that in person.
Yes,
And then the next day, you came to Moselle with your parent.
correct.
And Alex, was he grieving greatly?
Oh, terribly.
I mean, people have
We were all,
described him as being destroyed. Would you agree with that assessment?
yes,
And Buster was there?
yes.
Okay. And I jumped ahead, but leading up, and Maggie enjoyed being at Edisto over Moselle in the summertime.
Correct. I think most people would.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it a lot more than being at Moselle.
Right.
But Alec had to stay at Moselle, or did stay at Moselle, because his work was right there in Hampton, right?
Right.
And Alec was constantly wanting Maggie to come back and stay with him at Moselle, wasn't he?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. I don't think he really liked being by himself.
But when he asked Maggie to come back on the 7th, I mean, you didn't think that was really an unusual request, because he wanted to be with Maggie.
Right.
He didn't
No.
like to be by himself.
I did not think it was unusual, and that's why I encouraged her to do so.
And you, from your conversation with Maggie, you knew that Paul was going to be there,
Correct.
right? And do you know why Paul was going to be there? Have you heard?
I didn't know at the time. I know now.
That's but anyway, and you encouraged Maggie to go be with Alec, because his dad was in bad shape.
Right.
Now, after Maggie and Paul were murdered, Mr. Randolph died 2 days later, I believe, or 3 days. So it was a very difficult time for everyone, wasn't it?
Very.
And there were 2 funerals, one on a Saturday for Maggie and Paul, and one on Sunday for Mr. Randolph, right? And then after a day or so, did Alec and Buster come to Somerville and stay with your parents?
Yes.
And did they stay with your parents a lot after the murders?
Yes, especially Alec.
Yeah, Alec. And to your knowledge, did Alec ever spend another night at Moselle after the murders?
He did not.
She stayed with your parents. He visited with you and your husband and family down at Key West at sometime at the end of July. Is that right?
He did.
And then he and Buster came up to Greenville up at one point in time.
They did.
And then and he was staying with his brother Randy at times. He was all over the place.
He was.
Now, you mentioned that after the murders that Alex said that he was very intent on clearing Paul's name from the boating accident, right? And you knew that Maggie felt very strongly that Paul was not driving the boat when the beautiful Mallory Beach came to her tragic death, right?
Correct.
I mean, Maggie was adamant. She was on a mission to clear Paul's name, was she not?
Sort of.
Sort of. And she was, and you're not critical of Alex for wanting to clear Paul's name after he was murdered, do you? Are you?
I'm not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul.
And how do you know that wasn't a priority for him?
We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there, and we were mostly afraid for Alec and Buster, but we didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it probably had something to do with the boat case.
Right.
And we thought that up until September.
Right.
And then things started to change a little bit.
Sure. Well, were you aware that Alec started carrying a gun after the murder? You didn't know
Alec
that?
always carried a gun.
What's that?
He always carried a gun.
On his person that he started carrying a gun. Were you aware of that?
I knew he usually had one in his car.
Right. I want to ask you just some sort of one topic kind of questions. Bubba was Maggie and Alex's dog, is that right? Bubba could be a little hard-headed, we've heard. But
I'm sorry. Yes, Bubba. I think Bubba could be a handful.
But it's pretty clear that Alec could control Bubba pretty well.
Yes.
And Maggie enjoyed going down to the kennels, as far as you know, to play with the dogs.
She did.
Right. And she was a dog lover.
She was.
And you're a dog lover.
I am.
And you'll have dogs. Well, you know that they didn't allow dogs in the house at Moselle
Correct.
because of I don't know.
Allergies.
Yeah, allergies.
Right.
And
But they had a big porch, and there were dog beds all outside on the porch, and
right.
Huge buckets of water. And when I was there, the dogs were always up there at the house.
Did you know there was an electric fence around?
I did not know that there was an electric fence, but
And did Maggie and Alec let dogs in the house down at Edison?
I don't think so. They stayed mostly underneath the house. She
They
had
had
a
like
pen,
Right.
big pen down there.
So they had a dog run type thing underneath the
Mhm.
house.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And did you ever go to Edison and visit with
Yes.
Maggie and Alec and their family?
Yes.
And would Paul's friends and Buster's friends welcome at
Always.
Edison and at Moselle?
Yes.
And
Maggie loved having the boys' friends around.
And I think you mentioned this, but Moselle, was Moselle Paul's passion?
Yes,
He loved that place?
yes,
And Alec enjoyed being there with Paul? Is that right?
yes, he did.
And, one second, Your Honor. Just very briefly, in your own words, you tell the jury what you believe Alex's relationship was with Paul.
I think they had a very good relationship. They loved all the same things. They loved to hunt, they loved to fish, they loved to work the land. I think the plan was for Paul to take over Moselle one day. And they had a great father-son relationship.
And in your own words, can you tell the jury what you believe Alex's relationship with Maggie was?
It was good. It wasn't perfect, but Maggie was happy. And I think she was happy.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Read that right.
May it please court, Your Honor. When Maggie called you on the afternoon of June 7th, 2021, she reported to you that her whole purpose for going home was to go with Alec to visit Alameda. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
What did Maggie tell you her whole purpose was in going home and Alec wanting her to come home on June 7th, 2021?
She was going home to be with Alec and visit his parents at Alameda.
And it was such a point of contention that you actually encouraged her to go.
I did.
You were asked some questions about you testified about Alec not being focused on trying to figure out who killed Maggie and Paul, and then something happened in September. Is that right?
Correct.
And that changed for you as you started to look at the motive. Is that correct? That's what you just testified, correct?
Correct.
And in September, he got fired from the law firm, right?
Correct.
And it started to come out about years and years of theft and misappropriation from clients. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
Objection sustained.
What came out in September that changed your calculus?
And objection exceeding the scope of cross.
Objections overruled.
Please answer the question.
We were on our way to a football game and we received a phone call from a friend of ours saying how sorry they.
This issue that has not been ruled upon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Nature of the objection.
Your Honor, she was about to testify that she had heard about the roadside shooting. The state has not gone into the roadside shooting yet. Your Honor's not ruled on whether that's admissible or not. We object to under 403 as to being admissible. And substantively, that is the objection, evidence of the roadside shooting. it just opens up a whole new avenue of issues. Secondly, what she knows thus far would be hearsay, which is a technical objection, but certainly we object to any evidence of the roadside shooting.
Your Honor, at this point, of course, this is responsive to a question that was raised on cross-examination by Mr. Griffin, in which he testified something happened in September. So for that reason, just to begin with, I believe that door is opened as to her to explain what it was that changed at that period in time, which was the nature of my question to her. Additionally, I think if we look beyond that, there is a connection if we want to talk and have in-camera hearing about her answer and about 403 and 404. There is a logical connection between what happened in the roadside shooting and what happened on June 7th, 2021. And that connection is, of course, that the evidence will show that as the temperature increases, as there's a confrontation for Alex Murdaugh, then things like this happen. And that's what happened on September. But as it relates to this specific witness, this was an answer that came up during the defense cross. And it's fair to explore with this witness now what changed in September, which she's already testified to from a defense question.
And what was the question that prompted the response that you now indicate opens the door for this? Yes.
So in that particular question and in her response, he asked her, and he had been, of course, engaging in great detail about the family relationship and that sort of thing, and put up a picture and all the rest of it, and asked her about her assessment at that particular time. And she went in and started to explain that. And he was specifically asking about Alec being concerned about clearing Paul's name in the boat case. And then she explained further that, and he asked her if that was any big deal. And then she went on to explain her answer. And that's when she talked about how everything changed in September. And that was what I was exploring, what happened in September, which has been testimony before this jury. And I think now fair game for them to understand what happened in September.
All right. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that was not the question.
What was the question? That was my question to Mr. Waters, and he's explained a whole lot. I don't know if he responded to my question. Maybe you will. What was the question that you posed that generated the response about her concern and her concerns changing?
The question that I asked related to her, I said, you testified previously that you didn't believe Alec was concerned about finding out who did this, or more concerned about clearing Paul's name. And then she says, well, it seemed odd he wasn't concerned about finding out who did this. And I said, why do you think he was not concerned? And then she goes into testifying, well, initially we thought it was the boating accident. And then after September, we thought perhaps it's something completely different. And I mean, I was exploring her testimony on direct, and she offered up the issue of the roadside shooting. So I didn't ask anything about the roadside shooting, Your Honor. I was asking her why she thought Alec was not trying to, what was the basis of her belief that Alec wasn't trying to find out who did this?
All right, Mr. Waters.
And I apologize if I wasn't more clear. I don't remember the specific question, but what I do.
Court reporters, if we'll have Ms. Harris, if you'll go back a bit to Mr. Griffin and his questioning of Ms. Proctor. Back to Maggie being solely consumed about the, I don't know how far that was, Maggie being consumed about the boating accident. And if it's not too far back from there on up to where you are now. And if you need a break, we can take one for you to locate it. Right.
You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name.
Need to be loud enough for me to hear you at least. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, that's okay. Okay. You're not critical about Alex wanting to clear Paul's name. After he was murdered, are you? I am not critical about that at all. I think that was his way of honoring Paul after he was gone. I just thought his priority should have been focusing on finding out who killed Maggie and Paul. And how do you know that wasn't a priority? We never talked about it. We never talked about finding the person who could have done it. It was just odd. And we were sort of living in fear because we thought this horrible person was out there and we were mostly afraid for Alex and Buster. We didn't know the motive behind the killings. We thought it was probably had something to do with the boat case, right? And we thought that up until September. All right. And then things started to change a little bit. Were you aware that Alex started carrying a gun?
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, again, these were in direct responses to his question as he was exploring her statement about his concern on the boat case. And in fact, the reference to September was actually in response to a follow-up question that the defense continued down that line of questioning. That answer has now come out, and I think that that the witness, again, is entitled and is fair game at this point.
That's fine. So what changed in September?
What she meant by that. Yes, sir. What she meant by that.
And what changed in September?
Do you want me to talk to them?
Yes, ma'am.
So we received a phone call from a friend of ours who said he was so sorry to hear about my brother-in-law. And the call came in to my husband, Bart. And Bart said, "What are you talking about? We don't know anything." And he said, "Well, your brother-in-law's been shot." And we literally stopped the car, pulled over on the side of the road, and it was just the worst feeling in the world because I thought whoever had killed Maggie and Paul had now shot Alec, and I was horrified that Buster was next. So we made a phone call to Buster, and Buster said his dad had been shot, but that he was okay. He was on his way or in the hospital at that time. I can't remember. And then at some point, and I'm not sure, I think I was in shock. At some point, we spoke with Jim Griffin that day. And he told us that, yes, Alec had been shot, that he had been fired from the law firm because he had been caught stealing money.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Again, that's her explanation. And I believe that's fair game in this particular instance to this particular witness's testimony that had come out on cross-examination. And I probably would have one follow-up. Additionally, I should mention as well, I think there's two other matters that probably we should explore while the jury's out, in fairness to the other side and in court, that I wanted to inquire that were in reference to cross-examination. Those are different issues. I was going
into them. Tell me what they are. So.
Sure. There were obviously extensive cross-examination about the family relationship, and there's been extensive evidence offered by the defense on cross about the family relationship. And there were two questions I was going to ask her about fidelity concerns, and also the Maggie and the family wrestling with opioid abuse and pill usage by the defendant. Both of those have been issues that Maggie had wrestled with and had expressed to her.
All right, Mr. Griffin.
Well, as to the, I don't know if you want me to address the roadside shooting, but that's certainly, I mean, that opens up Pandora's box of 404B. They want to introduce the roadside shooting as motive. How can you have motive after the fact? And so it's not admissible. It should not be admissible under 403. But just what she says is not that harmful, but they're not going to stop there, Your Honor. And I did not open the door. I said,
You're probing her about Alex's fears. Doesn't Alex, were you aware that he started carrying a gun? Well, he always carries a gun in his car. No, but then he started carrying it in his pockets. So you're having her, cross-examining her to suggest that Alex was living in fear, as evidenced by the fact that he continued or started carrying a gun, not in his vehicle, but on his person. And she, in her response, says, well, I never, didn't appear to me that he was living in fear. I didn't know anything about that and responding to you until in September when this occurred for whatever reason. Now, with the truth of what occurred, she's not testifying as an investigator. She said she heard he'd been shot. And that gave her, changed her reason for concern in some way, whatever that might be, I don't know. Did you still have a reason for concern? Or you about Alex's safety, or did it, was it changed? Was it altered?
That day, and for some time after that, we were very concerned for the family. We felt like someone was after them, but then we started finding out about other things that had been going on in Alex's life. And
this is in part based on your conversation with Mr. Griffin?
This is everything that has come out since then.
Did you say that you had a conversation with Mr. Griffin?
That day that we found out that Alec had been shot, we did have a conversation with Mr. Griffin, and he's the one.
Mr. Griffin told you that he'd been fired and that he'd been caught stealing money.
Correct.
that's just hearsay.
Well,
Absolutely hearsay.
what kind of quandary does that put you in? You're going to be a witness as well?
Well, that's a hearsay statement, Your Honor. Without a doubt, it's classic hearsay.
Well, the basis for her fear or not having fear, which is something you, or fear or believing that Alex was in fear, that's something that you were probing. Aside from that issue, how about the family relationship issue, fidelity, opioid abuse, concerns?
Your Honor, with regard to fidelity, I mean, we can hear what she says about it, but the evidence, as I understand it, is 10 or 15 years ago. I don't know how long ago, but it was more than 10 years ago. There was some issue about someone that Alec had known in college reaching out to him. Maggie got angry about that. They had a
reaching out to him 15 years ago or recently?
Yes, yes. And that Maggie got angry about it. Contacted the woman's husband, who says, it's not true. I know who she's seeing because I have a private eye on her. That led to a divorce.
You're now referring to a 15-year-old conversation.
Yes. And then the opioid stuff, Your Honor, is, I'm not sure what information she's going to share about that, frankly.
Well, you had one earlier witness read a letter about him being in rehab
That they introduced, yes, sir.
that you published.
It was already in evidence, Your Honor.
All right.
Over objection. So,
Go ahead, Mr. Waters.
So on both of those issues, first of all, with the first.
And by the way, you can step down for a break. Don't discuss your case. You're fine? Okay, good. All right.
With the issue of the first matter, I think it's certainly a fair question to say, did Maggie ever express to you any concerns? Were there ever any concerns and issues with the defendant's fidelity? I think that's clearly in response to the extensive evidence that's been offered by the defense.
You said, has she ever, such as 15 years ago?
Well, I think that my follow-up question would be, was that something that remained in Maggie's mind over the years up until?
And she would know that.
I think that if I asked her that question, she could express an answer to that. Yes, sir.
No? What is the answer to that?
It was an affair that happened, or Maggie thought it was an affair that happened many years ago. They were able to resolve the issues, but Maggie still brought it up.
As recently as when?
A year ago.
All right.
She did not think anything was going on. It still bothered her.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
During when that event occurred, did she make Alec leave the household for a period of time?
She did.
frame when this happened. I mean,
I understand. 15 years ago, or?
How long ago was that?
It was a very long time ago. I'm not sure. A very long time ago.
I think, again, I'm not trying to make it bigger than it is, but I think given the issues that have been squarely in front of the jury, the state's entitled, at least in a limited fashion, to offer this some testimony in this regard that everything was not perfect, as the defense has repeatedly elicited. And so on that particular issue, I only propose a limited question that, had Maggie ever had any concerns about fidelity, and had those concerns continued to bother her? And that would be the extent of my proposed examination of her on that issue.
All right. Anything else?
It's 2007 is our understanding. 2007, 15 years ago.
Well, yeah, 2007 was 15 years ago. Yeah.
And that's when it occurred.
Well, that's been established. Give me something new.
Well,
Other than repeating 15 years ago.
it's not admissible under 403. Unfair prejudice outweighs the probative value of this. Whether it still bothered her, I mean, she testified that they weren't without their problems like all married couples, but they had a good marriage. I mean, it's been addressed, and it's highly inflammatory.
That's why your questions have to not lead into things that might be inflammatory. We're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes. Please.
All right. Hold on. I hit the wrong button. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I was trying to get some water, and I heard, because they were deliberating back and forth, and I went to the kitchen for a split second, and of course the judge decides to take a break for 15 minutes. That was a little contentious. That was a little contentious to watch but again, you see it's not screaming back and forth, they both the defense as well as the state, they talk to the judge. The reason why I tell you guys that is because a lot of people think, it's like a show. You go in there and you bang your hands down on the desk, and you're yelling and screaming and tell me the truth. It's not like that. I mean, that's dramatized on TV. This is how court proceedings typically conduct themselves in a courtroom, and that was duking it out. Okay, but for all intents and purposes, when you hear them talking about how the attorneys duked it out, that's pretty much. I mean, it sounds a lot worse when you're talking about it than what was actually going on. But they are fighting to keep some of this testimony out, and yet again, the defense opens the door and the prosecution capitalizes on it. Now, the tables can turn. Once the defense is up to bat, the same kinds of mistakes can come from the prosecution, where they don't want stuff admitted into this case, that they may cross-examine somebody and open up that door for the defense to bring in other information. So it's going to be a tug of war right now, because it's becoming, this testimony is very damaging. So much so, and here's why. Because it is apparent she was not going to the Moselle property. She was in Edisto. She was having people working on the house, maintenance for the summer. She didn't want to leave her house unlocked, but it was because Alec wanted her to go to his parents' house with him in Alameda. He knew that his father had been taken to the hospital, whether her sister knew or not. She was told that he needed her there, that he needed her to go to Alameda with him. We now know that was never going to happen. His own response, his attorneys preface that. His attorneys have alleged that Maggie, or no, actually it was in the interview with the police, the initial interview in the car where they had the liaison behind him and his attorney in the back seat. He was explaining how Maggie never went to his parents' house, that he doesn't really expect her to go because, she's always said, oh yeah, I want to go. But he, according to his own words to law enforcement, which is now entered into evidence, he said she never really went over to his parents' house. And then we find out from other testimony from the second caregiver for Miss Libby, his mother, that not only did Alex show up the night before on the 6th, but Maggie was with him. So literally the 7th at 11 o'clock at night, almost midnight, he's telling law enforcement that, he always wants her to go. She always says she's going to go, but she never really does. Not one time did he bring up, but she went with me yesterday. And we know that she was there with Alec, because Alec's attorneys didn't say, but she never went to Alameda with him. Did she? So hold on a second. I think Mama Bullhorn has something to say. Yo.
Hey, baby.
Hey, you're on live.
Oh, I am?
Oh, I thought you were calling about the Alex Murdaugh case.
Well, yeah.
All right, let me mute you guys for just a second. I'll be right back. I was wrong about Mama Bullhorn. She wanted to find out what we're eating for lunch tomorrow. Oops. Had her on hot mic. That's why she's like, duh, 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 duh. Apparently she's not watching me. Ma, where are you? How about him saying he had to get a gun and the defense is saying there was guns laying around everywhere? Yeah, pretty much. Contradiction. Oh, I didn't tell Mama Bullhorn happy Valentine's Day. Let's call her back and say happy Valentine's Day. Oh my goodness, you're right. I'm a horrible daughter. Horrible daughter. Let's call her back. Let's call her back.
Yes.
My audience reminded me I did not even tell you happy Valentine's Day. So I'm calling back live to tell you happy Valentine's Day because I'm a horrible daughter.
Well, as far as the Murdaugh case goes, I think the medical examiner, she wasn't much of a, she was more like there for the defense than the prosecution. And I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that.
Well, our sister's up on the stand right now, in the hot seat right now, and it's hard. You know, she's trying to be fair, and you know, I think in the back of her mind, she can't believe that her brother-in-law did this, but you know, it seems like her testimony is helping the prosecution. So, and it sounds like the family, Maggie's family, their perception of what happened changed very quickly after he tried to unalive himself. So she's kind of struggling with that. The defense and prosecution are duking it out on what's admissible with her testimony right now. Well, they just took a break. So
I think it's up for a toss-up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm curious how the judge is going to rule on it because, in all fairness, he really didn't ask her a direct question related to the roadside. She just simply said, you know, something in September happened that changed their mind. So I'm curious how he's going to rule on it, but it seems very narrow at best. So it's like, you know, I don't know. I don't know if he's going to use judicial prudence in deliberating on that, or if he's going to allow it because, you know, in all fairness, the defense has been driving home that, you know, in the defense was cross-examining her when she brought up the September event as he was probing her. So it does kind of open that door, but I don't know how much it opened that door to allow for the judge to allow it. So I'm curious how he's going to rule, but it seems like he was favorable because he did feel like the prosecution or the defense was asking her all these questions about, you know, his whether or not he felt safe, whether or not he felt, you know, all this other stuff. But anyways, let me get back to the people.
Okay. Oh yeah. The other things. Did you reach out to Dolly yet about him losing his best friend Sunday?
I did. I just sent him I don't talk to him much, but I did send him a text.
He's very upset over that.
Yeah,
but
I saw that.
Even
Mama Bullhorn cares about our Turtle King. Look at that. Worried about him.
Song, I almost started crying.
Aw.
The turtle song.
Aw.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I love you.
I love you too.
Everybody.
All right, tell them all happy Valentine's Day before I go.
Oh, happy Valentine's Day, baby.
All right, bye.
Love you. Bye.
Love you too. So look at that. Mama Bullhorn keeping up on the Dolly vision. Look at that. Dolly, I told you had a fan. You had a fan with Mama Bullhorn. So I thought that was cute. Did you talk to Dolly about his best friend? Yes. We said a prayer here this morning for Dolly and his friend and his friend's family, as well as Dolly's family this morning on our coffee club live. So yeah, it's really sad, and it's just sad. But anyways, you guys can let Dolly know that Mama Bullhorn was worried about him. I thought that was cute. Yeah, I know, right? She is. She's a sweetheart. She's a sweetheart. I wish I could have seen her today, but what she was calling for was lunch tomorrow, and I told her I have two big meetings with some county commissioners. So we got to do an early lunch. So we're going to be doing an early lunch around 11:30. So we're going to do the coffee club, and I'm going to probably put this on, set it and forget it mode. So you guys can watch the Alex Murdaugh trial, why I step out and have to handle business. She is. Everybody's saying how she's probably going to tune in just to see what everybody's saying. Oh, Lady 7 Up, he went on for a few minutes he's live right now, but he went on for a few minutes last night. His best friend, one of his best friends was over at his house just Saturday, and they were goofing off, and apparently they, his friend is really up in the sports and stuff like that, doesn't miss the sporting events. And so when he didn't show up at his parents' house, the parents called law enforcement to do a welfare check on him. And the law enforcement ended up kicking in the door and found him dead. So he doesn't really know what happened. He says that he's never known him to be on any illicit or heavy drugs or anything like that. He didn't seem to be upset about anything, but it was a little odd because he did say his friend tried to reach out to him at like 6 o'clock in the morning. And if anybody knows, I don't think Dolly is really up at 6 o'clock in the morning. So that kind of, when he said that, it made me feel, because it sounded like he didn't just try to call Dolly, he tried to call other family members. And so it just made me, I don't know the guy, but that just, in all honesty, I thought that was a little odd. Just an observation I made with everything going on. But either way, Dolly's one of Dolly's really good friends, somebody he considered a brother, not a blood brother, but a brother. I call him family. It's friends that are family. And that was one of them. So he just lost his real brother, and he just lost he just buried his brother, as many of you guys know, on Thursday. And then by Sunday, one of his best friends is also dead. So not a good time for him. Plus he's got all the court stuff going on with that crazy lady in Virginia. He's got the crap going on in Savannah, Georgia, with the crazy lady in Savannah, Georgia. And not to mention all the despicable cockroaches out there. So it's just, and jellyfish. So it's just, he could really use some prayers. And not only that, today's Valentine's Day, and I'm sure that man's heart is pretty much in pieces. So it's, it's just sad. It's just sad. So we just want to uplift him and definitely keep him in our prayers. Maybe do an act of kindness in his honor. I'm all about acts of kindness. If you can't tell, if you've been here for a while, I'm all about, acts of kindness for perfect strangers. And you know what? This is not a perfect stranger. He's our friend. So maybe in his honor, do something nice, buy somebody a coffee, or, you see a man on the road. Listen, I'm not one of those people that believe in giving people that are panhandling money, because I know where it goes. But I definitely believe in act of kindness to them. So instead of giving them money, give them a cup of coffee, give them a sandwich, give them something that they can utilize that is going to be nurturing to them. Dolly, on the other hand, is different. If he feels moved, he's going to give anybody anything, right? Even the shirt off of his back if needed. So anyways, that's just our Dolly King, our Turtle King. And he is struggling, and he's putting on a happy face, but we just want to keep him in our prayers. So that's that. But getting back to the Murdaugh trial here, I think the sister has a wealth of knowledge. I think the sister is working through this process on the stand. I think the sister is trying very hard. I think she knows a lot more than she's allowed to say. And I think she's working very hard, trying to not say too much that's going to, pose a mistrial or anything like that, but also answer the questions truthfully and honestly. And unfortunately, in the truth, you can't pick and choose what truth you want when you're asking them questions. The truth comes out. And then you can't put it back in. Once it comes out, you can't say, disregard that. I mean, even with when they sustain questions, the jury still heard it, and it's still it's part of the process. Again, not a perfect process, but sometimes they can't forget that, even if it's sustained and they can't use it in the deliberation room, they still remember it. For their own personal stuff. Aw, that's just awful. Nothing tears me up than seeing a grown man cry. If I see a grown man cry, I don't even know what the hell the situation is. If I see a man crying, I'm crying right next to him. I don't know what it is. I really, really don't. If I would have seen that, I would have been bawling in tears. I really would have. Because I'm telling you, that's just the one thing. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it makes me sexist. I don't know. I don't care. But it's something about a grown man crying that I will be a big old baby right next to them. I'm not going to let a grown man cry alone. But I would never let a female cry alone either. But it does something to me. It's different because I know men are taught to be rough and tough. And so to show that level of emotion is very hard. It's harder almost for a man than a female. We're very sensitive. I mean, again, may make me sexist, but I'm a realist too. And the reality is men have a habit of hiding their feelings and not being emotional and being emotionally void. And when you see a man that isn't emotionally void and has feelings, and he has a hard exterior, right? I would be crying right next to him. So I'm sorry to hear that. And again, more of the reason why we should be praying for Dolly. He's a good guy. He doesn't deserve what he's going through. I can tell you that. There's nothing that man has done. Okay, he broke up with a girl. That's the worst thing that man did, and he's facing time in jail because he broke up with a crazy bitch. Let's be honest. Okay, it looks like we're getting back. I just saw a click over there. So glad BHB is here talking us through the trial. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. I was so, okay, you ended up seeing him. Me too, I have a soft heart, yeah. Sometimes I think they do that on a perfect drop, those tidbits. Well, I wouldn't be crying if I seen Alec, if I knew Alec and I knew he could, drop a tear on a dime, which, again, more allegations of that. Think about it. You remember early on when the prosecution had witnesses on, and they're like, they all said the same damn thing, and it was like he knows what makes people tick. And they said, well, what happened at this court hearing? Oh, he got emotional. He cried. So it sounds to me like Alec knew what made people tick and knew how to play the game. That kind of guy, his tears fall on deaf ears, on deaf sleeves, on deaf shoulders, right? But people know that. We know Dolly, and we know he does not do that. So for him to do that, it breaks my heart. So I really do. He is a teddy bear. My husband hides his. Yeah, they do. Men, it's a guy thing, It's like, I don't know. They must go to a different school than we go to. That's all I can say. They go to a school, how not to show emotions. We go to the school of wear your heart on your sleeve. I don't know what schools these are, but it seems like we all go to one or the other. And mine turns them on and off real quick. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm not with it with a guy that cries all the time. But when a guy that doesn't normally cries, I'll be a sobbing baby right next to him. I'll be a sobbing baby right next to him. But I do think that how many people, by a show of ones and twos, ones, if you feel that this is we'll have to hold because they're coming in now.
Be seated.
the witness can testify as to her concern as to what occurred on September 7th that changed her concern about Alex living in fear. She cannot testify as to on the fidelity issue because that's too remote in time and would tend to confuse the jury. She can testify that she discovered that he'd been fired and that and that he had a drug problem.
I think that's a fair ruling.
Your Honor, depending on how the testimony goes, we would have hearsay objections if she's testifying as to what someone told her.
She's not testifying as to the truth of it. She's responding to why her concerns were changed based on, in part, of her conversations with you.
No, I understand that.
Agent for Mr. Murdaugh.
No, I understand that. My point I just stood to address is the family wrestling with opioid and pill use by the defendant. That is hearsay. If that's how she knows.
Sure, they had a drug problem. I mean, if you want to talk about specifically, I don't know to what degree she discovered his drug problem, opioid addiction, or whatever it is, but it's already in evidence anyway.
No, I understand. I'm just advising the court that I will be making hearsay objections if she's testifying about hearsay.
Anything else before the jury comes?
Nothing from the state this time, Your Honor.
All right, bring the jury. All these issues. The objections overruled. You may continue.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Ms. Proctor, when we left on the break, I was asking you what happened in September that caused you to change your assessment. Can you describe that to the jury, please?
On September 4th, we were headed to a football game, and my husband, Bart, received a phone call from a friend saying he was so sorry to hear about what had happened to my brother-in-law. And we had no idea what he was talking about. And he said, well, we've heard, he told us he had been shot. So we pulled over on the side of the road. We were all in hysterics. We called Buster, and Buster said yes, that his dad had been shot, that he was being airlifted to the hospital, that they thought hoped he was going to be okay. So we wanted more information, so we called Jim Griffin, and he told us that Alec had been shot in the head and that he had been fired from his law firm for stealing.
What was your concern when you heard that he had been shot?
Initially, I thought he might be dead. I had just lost 2 of the family members, and I felt like they were being targeted at that point. I felt like the family was being targeted.
Subsequent to that, did your concern that the family was being targeted, did that change as well?
Over the course of a few weeks, we were still on high alert, worried for Buster. But at that point, information started coming out about some things that Alec had done financially that we had no idea about.
And that changed your assessment about what you heard about him being shot as well. Is that correct? Can you answer out loud?
The shooting, that was an event in itself. The roadside shooting.
You just stated that the shooting itself, the roadside shooting, was an event in itself. Did other information come to your attention that changed your assessment about the roadside shooting at a later time?
Yes.
And changed that initial concern that Alec was somehow being targeted?
Yes.
Did Maggie have a nickname for Paul?
As little, what is detective?
Little detective? And what did that mean?
She felt like that he was always looking to make sure his dad was behaving.
And what specifically was the concern?
Pills, prescription pain pills.
And had Maggie expressed to you concern over time about the defendant's pill usage?
Yes.
How long had that been going on?
I am not sure, but I think it had been going on for some time.
And did that concern continue up until recent times as we moved to their Maggie and Paul's murder?
Yes.
And what did specifically little detective mean as it related to the pills?
If there were pills in the house that his dad was taking that he wasn't supposed to, Paul was determined that he would find them.
And did that happen on occasions?
I think so, yes.
Hold on for me 1 second. What specifically changed your perception of the roadside shooting after your initial concern?
The story that was initially told about what happened came to not be true.
The story told by who?
Alec.
By Alec? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. We'll call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Bart Proctor.
Raise your right hand, left down on the Bible, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, if you would please, sir, sit in that chair over there, state your full name for the record, spell your last name, and then speak into the mic.
My name is Barton Proctor, Proctor.
Proctor, good afternoon. Very quickly, tell the jury, are you Marion Proctor's husband?
For 37 years.
For 7 years. And obviously, over the years, as being part of this family, had you gotten to know Maggie and gotten to know Paul and gotten to know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I have.
I don't want to belabor the points, but in the aftermath of Maggie and Paul's murder, were you also privy to some of the conversations that Alec had that your wife related to this jury today?
Yes.
And ultimately heard the same thing in those conversations that she related here today?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what's been entered into evidence as states 297, the kennel video?
I have heard it.
May I have the computer input, please?
That was on there.
For the record, I'm going to play states 297.
Get out. Get out. Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here. Shit. Cash. Hey, he got a bird in his mouth. Blah, blah. Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quit.
Do you recognize any voices on that video?
I recognize 3.
Can you tell the jury what voices you recognize?
I recognize Paul Murdaugh. I recognize Maggie Murdaugh, and I recognize Alex Murdaugh.
And when you say Alex Murdaugh, do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the jury, please?
Yes,
Or
sir.
describe him?
He's wearing a blue blazer and has his glasses on his head.
And how sure are you?
100%.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Hey, Mr. Proctor. Were you ever shown a blue raincoat by any SLED agents?
Yes, sir.
And was that blue raincoat shown to you and your wife Marion, who just was here in the courtroom?
Yes, sir. It was a picture.
A picture of the blue raincoat. And did you recognize the blue raincoat?
No, sir.
Had you ever seen it before?
No, sir.
Did you ever see Paul wear it? The blue raincoat?
I'd never recognized it before.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, say, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
It makes me wonder
We
if
have
you
another
picked up
witness
that
today?
blue.
Your Honor, as you're aware, there was a circumstance beyond
night
any
before.
party's control. No, because of a circumstance beyond the party's control.
Very good. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no more witnesses available today. And this is Valentine's Day. So we will recess at this time and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
So 9:30 tomorrow morning, and I was talking over the courts when I was saying that, we now know that Alec went to that house the night before. It seems like a lot of people in and around this. We heard testimony from Maggie's sister with conversations she's had with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, and basically say that, they, well, as always.
Mr. Waters, the jury is gone. You can further explain if you'd like. You can further explain.
The issue with the scheduling?
Yes.
Yes, sir. There's witnesses that are coming forward. There's a unavoidable, unfortunate personal event that has arisen that unfortunately has affected that witness's availability, Your Honor. And so that's why we had requested, we are late in the day, but had requested a recess for the day. Your Honor, I will say that with the side of the road issue has always been out there. And at this point, we believe there is some admissibility as to that, particularly a statement of the defendant related to that, in which there's actually a few statements, but there's one statement in particular. I don't know if Your Honor wants to proffer that at this particular time, since we have a little time available outside the jury's presence. But I do think that at some point that's a bridge, given developments, that needs to be crossed.
All right. Yes, sir.
We've prepared a memo. We would be prepared to argue that motion, but we're not today. We expected this to go through, no motion to be argued today. I apologize to the court, but we would prefer not to go forward with it today.
You said you're preparing or have prepared a memo?
Person preparing.
All right. Stop the jury and have them come at another time if need be, 10 o'clock, 10:30, whatever.
Your Honor, we're not done with that. We were hoping, we were not anticipating it coming up at all.
Can you all don't leave with the jury yet, if you can find out, are they gone or still here? You have them hold for a moment.
Have completed the memo, filed it. Your Honor has it on the 404B issue. There's a section on the roadside.
Has it been sent to me or is it being sent?
It was,
Your Honor, it was filed well before trial, and it's a consolidated memo. It addresses all the 404B stuff, the financial evidence that you've ruled in. And in the section of the memo, we do address the roadside shooting. We point out that it's after June 7th. We point out that he's been indicted for insurance fraud. As a result of that, attempted insurance fraud, their theory of motive is it is just another way for him to gain sympathy when financial situations turn badly for him. But we point out that he has been indicted by Hampton County grand jury for insurance fraud for attempted suicide to obtain $12 million of insurance for his son Buster. And so we argue that it's not motive, and it should not be admissible under 403 as well.
All right, and I'm happy to talk about all of that and review what's been submitted overnight and review whatever the state may have for me to consider and to hear any more argument about it in the morning prior to ruling. I've had them to stop the jury from leaving to find out how much time you all might need tomorrow morning, because otherwise I've told them to be here at 9:30 if they need to come at 10 o'clock, 10:30. Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, I don't think this will take 30 minutes to argue that. We prefer to argue it in the morning simply because we haven't looked at it. And while Mr. Griffin is an extraordinary advocate, I'd like an opportunity to.
Want the jury to come in at 10?
10 would be great.
I would say 10:30 to be safe, Your Honor.
Why I'd argued against that. I'm trying to think of a reason, but I really can't.
So we're going to have the jury come in at 10:30 tomorrow morning instead of 9:30. Thank you. All right. In the interim, however, if you all have something you want me to read overnight, early in the morning, happy to receive it.
Yes, sir.
I have what was previously filed now. Defendant's memorandum in opposition to motion in limine re-evidence of other crimes and bad acts. And I've ruled on a majority of this already.
We may polish that up a little bit tonight, and if so, we'll email it to your law clerk, and she, I'm sure, will get it to you.
Page 9 starts the roadside shooting discussion.
I knew it.
Our initial motion, Your Honor, in the reply also touched this ground as well, but we can do the same thing.
Middle of page 9 through the top of page 12. So you have about 2.5 pages that you might want to, if you want to supplement it, it'd be fine.
Thank you.
If you want to. And how about from the state's perspective?
Yes, sir, Your Honor, and I think I just lost my glasses. Put them up. Your Honor, if you look at our response in opposition that was filed on December 8th, we, on page 19, in the factual recitation, we talk about specifically the shooting on the side of the road in response to the confrontation with Chris Wilson. And then, of course, from that point on, and prior to that, there is analysis, general analysis on 404 and 403. I believe our reply, which I'm trying to put my hands on, also addresses those issues. But we can also polish up some things as well. For Your Honor, there is, thank you, Mr. James. There is, starting at page 15 in the reply, it is addressed as well, the reply to their response or in that particular series of filings. It's in there, and again, we can polish that up. There is, again, there's a recorded interview and recorded statement that we certainly can provide to Your Honor for review, that ultimately we believe they're statements of the defendant, of course, that we believe would be admissible under the theories as argued there.
And what is the state's theory of admissibility of the roadside shooting?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. We argued back in December, and as argued in those particular briefs, what we see is a chain of circumstances that are connected for an extended period of time that particularly highlight and start in June 7th. We've gone into, obviously, Your Honor, moving into the financial situation as it went into July and the efforts to shore up that particular money, the loans. Mr. Burney testified to that today. But of course, Mr. Murdaugh, there's already been evidence admitted that he was $192,000 short, and that Chris Wilson covered that. The evidence goes on that in that particular interim of time, and again with the state's theory, that he's able to do his best to try to cover things up in that interim period. But then everything comes to a head, as already been testified to, in September 4th. Chris Wilson, of course, has also already testified that particular day on September 4th, that he finally got the defendant to agree to meet with him and confronted him about that 192, which again is right at the heart of the Ferris feeds, which are right at the heart of June 7th, 2021. And I had that confrontation with him. The admissions that were made have already been testified to. And then with a short period of time in response to that, that the side of the road shooting happened. You've already heard testimony here from Ms. Proctor that, of course, the initial reaction of everyone is, oh my gosh, the real killers are back. And that's precisely, under the state's theory, the effect that the defendant intended. And there will be, from these recorded statements, ultimately evidence offered that that was not true, and he had told lies, Your Honor, about that particular. And that would be the recorded statement that we would offer about when he admitted that he had been untruthful to law enforcement about the circumstances of that shooting. I don't intend to go into great detail about that. I'm just trying to get from point A to point B and then get out. I'm not trying to use the term that I've used before, gild the lily.
The statement that you referenced, that you say you want to put in, a recorded statement?
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
What's the length of that recorded statement?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's less than 15 minutes, Your Honor.
No, it's longer than that, no more than 30. Mr. Griffin and I were there when he gave the recorded statement. We called them to give the recorded statement.
And the gist of the recorded statement is what, Mr.
Your Honor, okay, so Mr. Murdaugh had somebody shoot him in the head on the roadside to have a $10 or $12 million insurance policy paid to his son Buster. Now, he believed there was suicide contestability clause, so he had somebody shoot him in the head. No question they shot him in the head. No question the intent was to kill him. He fractured his skull, had a brain bleed, was airlifted to Savannah Hospital. It didn't kill him. He intended to die. And the recorded statement, he immediately went to detox because he was planning to go to detox anyway. Mr. Griffin and I went down to Atlanta. We met with him in detox. He'd been through a horrible experience, shot in the head, and then detox. And we informed him the police were looking for whoever shot him. And he, at that point, said, look, this is what happened. And I don't want them wasting, and literally he said, I don't want them wasting resources trying to solve this shooting when those resources could be used to find who killed Maggie and Paul. We picked up the phone. We called SLED. We put him on the phone with SLED to have him explain exactly what happened. This wasn't the result of a SLED interrogation. This was a voluntary statement. So they quit wasting resources looking for, and he told them who shot him in the head, and a guy named Eddie Smith, who was his drug dealer. So that's.
And you all have brought his name up a couple of times through cross-examination. Is he on the state's witness list?
Yes, Your Honor. But Your Honor, one aspect of that, and I think this is what highlights the relevance and the connection with this particular case, is that in the wake of the side of the road shooting, Mr. Murdaugh's initial claim was that some unknown individual had a flat tire, and some unknown individual, supposedly under the guise of stopping for help, then suddenly shot him in the head. He went so far as to draw have with a composite artist to draw a composite photograph. Again, I'm not trying to get into too much with the detail, but that, of course, the immediate effect of that is that he's been targeted by some unknown individual. That was a complete lie, and that's the point of that statement.
If the issue here is that Mr. Murdaugh lies, I mean, really, are we at that? I mean, we've come $10 million through lies, and now this piece of evidence becomes relevant because it proves he lied again months after the murder. There's no, he didn't do it, and I think they will concede he didn't do it to get some sort of sympathy. He did it to be dead. That's why he did it. And unfortunately, Eddie Smith at 4 feet couldn't shoot somebody in the head and kill him. He meant to.
And that's what Mr. Smith would say.
Well, Mr. Smith has given no less, I'm set up to cross-examine him. I know there's 6 different explanations for that and any other event you ask him about, from wasn't there to I was there and I saw Alec, he'd been shot, to I was there and I tried to stop Alec, to yes, I shot him in the head. But the fact of the matter is, the cross-examination of Mr. Smith is something I'm looking forward to now. But this particular event had nothing to do with what happened on June 7, other than he lied about something else. And 404, unless there's a specific, it's not motive. I mean, I don't understand what the 404, 403 analysis would be on this. I know what the 403 analysis is. The prejudice outweighs the probative. The 404 is what of the 4 things that 404 is admitted for, which one is this?
Your Honor.
I know you all want to argue it in the morning, so this is just a prelude to tomorrow morning.
Two things. Two things. If Mr. Harpootlian wishes to stipulate in front of the jury that his client is a liar, the state's willing to accept that stipulation.
And not go forward with this?
The second thing is, Your Honor, is that what actually happened on the side of the road is not what's important to this particular case. What is important, Your Honor, is that it's in reaction to the confrontation with Chris Wilson about the fares fees that came to the head on June 7th, 2021. And it's about what the defendant said, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant as he was trying to change a tire, and went so far as to do a composite drawing. And it created the effect, as this investigation had gone on, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back to finish the job. And that's precisely what he intended. And he ultimately admitted that was a lie. So the circumstances of what happened on the side of the road are not what the state is focused on. What is important is what the defendant said, how he attempted to use that, and that it was actually a falsehood. And you heard Ms. Proctor testify. It had that exact effect, that, oh my gosh, the real killers are back.
But I think the state will concede his object on the side of the road was to be dead. That's what the act was, to kill himself. Now, what happened after that? After he was taken to Savannah and had a brain bleed and a fractured skull, and when he came out of all that and realized, I'm not dead. How is that relevant to June 7? Your Honor, we can beat this dead horse a little bit more in the morning, but allow us to give you, I don't know, this crazy idea of giving maybe some more law to look at.
All right. Is this the sole purpose of Mr. Smith's testimony, or you have other things to talk with him about?
Well, he's on the witness list. I didn't say necessarily that we're calling him. What I'm trying to do, again, is to limit the presentation to just what's relevant to this particular trial that we have here today. And so I would
we're talking, discussing now this motion excluding testimony. Who's your witness to talk about what you're arguing?
We would have a law enforcement witness come in and testify as to the circumstances of that statement. And again, I'm trying to limit it to what's very focused to what's relevant to this trial, and that is the intended effect that he had and its reaction to the confrontation and the symmetry between June 7th and September 4th.
Do you have anything in addition to what you all provided a couple of months ago, seemingly?
We have those 2 documents. We don't have a written document prepared at this time, but we can certainly work on some additional discussion this evening, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, well, we'll reconvene at 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, very good.
I'm going to keep this up here for a minute to make sure that everything that's been addressed is addressed. They always seem to wait for the jury to leave, and then they address these things. That's why I keep this up until it is actually the feed dies. But I think the prosecution was arguing in the right realm, limiting the scope of the discussion to the law enforcement and or Mr. Smith, Curtis Eddie Smith, the cousin and alleged drug dealer of Alex Murdaugh, one that received over $500,000 from Alex Murdaugh. And the intended effect of that road, whether he meant to die or not die on the roadside plot, it was still there for the intended effect, like the prosecution stated. He wanted, the reason why he didn't eat his own gun is because they wanted he wanted them to think that the people that did what they did to Maggie and Paul was somebody else. And even if they found out it was Alec, he wouldn't be faced with anything. And you know what? With this whole trial and everything like that, this just shows you how much of a coward Alex Murdaugh is. He'd rather pay somebody.
The life of Alex Murdaugh is bizarre.
He would rather pay somebody to do the job for him instead of doing it himself, because I'm sorry, the situation still hasn't changed, yet Alex Murdaugh is still present on the defense side of the aisle. So I thought today was probably one of the most powerful days in testimony for me so far, because it really sewed up a lot of information that we had. Even though the jurors can't hear about the infidelity and the jurors are limited, we're privy to those things that the jury is unprivy to. They're not allowed to have. The judge in this case is ruling, in my opinion, very fairly. So far, everything is, and I don't doubt he's going to rule fairly for the defense as well. Again, he takes his duties as a judge very, very seriously, and he weighs, in my opinion, very fairly. This can always, when you have a judge that is, a fair judge, it can cause problems for the prosecution and it can cause problems for the defense. In this case, the ball is in the state's court, and the defense is struggling to poke holes in the state's case. What I'm seeing here is the state has done a very good job of building this case. It seems like that we see all the attorneys behind that table, and it seems to me that each attorney has their specialty that they are almost an expert in dealing with. Like, you'll have one attorney going over the finances, another attorney discussing the cell towers. For the most part, you see the state attorney leading the state, and but he sits down for other attorneys representing the state to ask the questions in the fields that they are well versed in. And I see that happening with the state. And of course, the state's got 5 or 6 attorneys and 3 or 4 paralegals behind them. And then you get the defense, and they've got 3 very good attorneys. But so it's a slimmer, and everybody was asking, how is Alec paying for this? Well, first of all, these attorneys are friends, so I'm pretty sure they're getting a piece of the pie related to the properties being sold. What does that mean? Alec owned the Moselle property. Alec, from my understanding, if I recall the testimony correctly from the Palmetto State Bank CEO, it sounds like he owed about $750, under $800,000 on the Moselle property. And that property was worth $3.4 million. So again, you're asking me, how is he able to afford it? He doesn't have any heirs really left. Buster is it. But unless something happens to Alec, Buster is not a beneficiary of those things. So in this scheme, it appears that, Alex Murdaugh is still a pretty wealthy guy, even though he's fighting for his life. I can tell you that wealth is going to dwindle down when you have 3 powerful attorneys on your defense team. That money that's coming from those properties, that equity from those properties being sold, which they will be sold, are going to pay for his defense. Whatever's left over, they're going to have claims. There's people that have claims against that, such as what we're dealing with Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito. The Petitos and Schmidt family is suing the Laundrie parents. They made a claim on the estate of Brian Laundrie. So I'm pretty sure that claims will be made on, Paul's portion of the estate, if any, Maggie's portion of the estate, if any. But there is an estate nonetheless. So it's going to be interesting, but that's stuff that the jury will never hear. That's stuff that's probably not going to come up in this trial. And we heard about a motion in limine, where that's what they were talking about at the end of this case. Now, a motion in limine is basically to remove evidence, not to allow evidence to be proffered in the court. So for the legal term, it's the purpose of the motion in limine is to determine whether certain evidence may be presented to the jury if in any form at any stage. So they submitted these memorandums, before the trial started, with various evidence they want excluded from the trial. Buster shouldn't look very happy. I'm sorry, but in my opinion, the sweet little boy Buster that I thought he was, my mind has changed a lot since this case has started. And it is my belief, even with Buster trying to get into the law school and then trying to go back, in my opinion, Buster, I can't imagine being in Buster's situation. His brother and his mother, I mean, he's lost his whole immediate family. Let's be honest. This has got to be, and this is human nature. Okay. I don't think he's a narcissist that has no feelings. I'm sure this boy has cried more than any of us can ever imagine. He's lost his brother. He lost his mother. He's on the verge of losing his father. He's got nothing. His entire support system he has known, and we've heard about how great this family was and how they didn't miss any baseball teams or baseball practices or any athletic practices. Okay, I can't remember if it's football or baseball or whatever it was, but either way. So he had a tight-knit family. He was gone. Everything seemed normal. And literally June 7th, the evening of June 7th, his entire world was turned upside down. But I understand he's struggling. The only family member he has in his immediate family, he's going to definitely not believe did something. But he's also making aggressive statements, gestures to witnesses on the stand. He's giving them strange looks, so much so that he had to move back. And those are the things that really irk me when it comes to Buster. And again, he is sticking with the Murdaugh family. He's sticking with the Murdaugh family. It's a shame. That's all I can say. It's a complete and utter shame. That boy's life will never be the same again. And he has put his eggs in the basket of his father, which the way this case is going so far appears to be the one responsible for the death of his brother, his mother, and his nanny. So very, very upsetting. Very upsetting. I try to withhold, too much harsh judgment in a situation like this, but, I have to take my emotions out of it. And quite frankly, Buster has become a punk to me, in all fairness. That's just my opinion. I may not have that opinion with people across, that's watching this with me. And you guys may have your different perspective, but that's just my perspective at this point. With everything that is going on, I just believe the fruit doesn't fall too far from the tree, if you will. I believe Paul was Maggie's boy, and I believe Buster was Alex's boy. That's the way I believe. And that's what I've kind of gotten from this trial. So my respect for Buster, I feel bad for him, but my respect for him has absolutely gone out the window. I have literally zilch of respect for Buster. He probably is angry. I can't imagine what he's going through. All honesty, I can't imagine it. I don't know how I would be. I may act the same way he's acting right now if the shoe was on my feet, right? I don't know. I really don't know. But at some point, I have to pull the blinders off and say, wait, this is all crazy. And at the end of the day, how many times have strangers come on my property? How many times has this, we don't know what he's been filling in Buster's brain this entire time. Those are conversations we may never be a privy to. But I will tell you that, in my opinion, Buster has to know just out of instinct that something isn't right, that these behaviors aren't right, that he had to have known his mother had just went to the grandfather and grandma's house the night before. There had to have been something more. I don't believe that Buster is just blindsided by all of this. I think he looks like a smart kid. He looks like he can critically think. Now, it may be that he is so emotional and, he knows his father better than anybody, and his father wouldn't possibly be capable of this. And normally, I'm sure Alec would not normally be capable of something like this, but he was talking about losing everything he worked for. And I think and believe he would have never been able to recover to the status he was. They were already being, blackballed, if you will, by the community. So it was becoming harder and harder to live in Hampton. But anyways, with that, guys, God bless each and every one of you. Thank you guys for tuning in today. Tomorrow, we will be back here to hear the arguments before the jury is brought in. I will be running that live from the beginning tomorrow. Again, I do have lunch with Mama Bullhorn, as well as meeting with 2 county commissioners here. So I will be in and out of the office, but I will be monitoring the case. It'll have this, what we got right here, up, Alex Murdaugh, as opposed to me plugging in. Oh my God, Carla, God bless you. God bless you. Oh my God. Thank you, love. Thank you. But we'll be plugging in and stuff like that. So, we'll do what we can. In the morning, I should be fine up until about 11:30. And then from 11:30 to about 4, I will not be manning this, about maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock. I will be manning this. Golly, Carla, about gave me a heart attack. God bless you. Holy crap. Holy crap. Thank you. God bless you. All right, guys. Well, for that, we're done with our kind of commentary for today. I'm sorry we couldn't get this thing up and rocking and rolling first thing this morning, but I think we came in at a good time. We got to hear a lot of great testimony and a lot of damaging testimony for the Murdaugh, for Alex Murdaugh. And I'm kind of, believe it or not, because of all this information, I'm actually, it sounds a little weird, in a nerdy way, kind of excited to hear how the defense is going to challenge this stuff. I'm very interested in it. I'm still holding out right now where I stand. I think Alex Murdaugh is guilty as sin. But we haven't heard from the defense. I'm eager to hear from them. I think it'll be very interesting. It'll be a learning experience, especially for those that have never been on the inside of a trial. But I'm interested in seeing how this judge is going to rule on, Cousin Eddie and the roadside, shooting. So I really do believe it goes to the heart of the matter. I do believe whether he lived or died, the implications of the killers coming back was there. And I hope that they express that. So hopefully my internet is running better tomorrow. I hope so too. The truth we hide. That's so fitting for this case. But you know what? One thing it did confirm is that Maggie and Paul knew about this opioid problem, but I don't think the opioid problem was as much money as the defense would like us to believe. It sounded like it was medication. So we know he wasn't doing hundreds of thousands of dollars of prescriptions in a month. He would, like you said, he would have been dead. But it sounded like they at least the internal part of the home knew about this problem with Alec and did a darn good job about sweeping it under the rug and keeping it out of the limelight of many. But with this being said, and her turning her own son into the little detective, I have to think that their entire family was fractured and splintering, and it was coming to a head anyway. So it does make me believe that there is this potential divorce that they're keeping out of this hearing, and maybe that's why they're hinting on, this family being so tight knit, is because they know that they can't bring in the potential divorce because maybe it wasn't filed, maybe it was just conversations. I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if they will be introduced, if at all. But we'll keep our fingers crossed to see what goes on tomorrow. I'm excited to hear the arguments and the legal strategy, the legal maneuvering that these attorneys do as they work themselves through this trial. But what attorneys, the one thing about them is they have to think on their toes, and they have to think on their toes quickly. And they're doing, both defense and the prosecution is doing a great job at dancing. So with that, guys, I want you to be fearless. Don't forget, I mess it up when it's this late. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. One act of kindness in Dolly's honor today and tomorrow. God bless each and every one of you. Until next time, peace.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.